It's fine. Yeah. It could just be in attendance, is what I thought that was. Haven't you signed up again? Did you sign away? Did you sign your name? Yeah. We don't want to change our zoning.
No,
Just that.
just that one.
They're going to widen 44, or what they're going to do is already land. They're going to have to do something. Yeah. Taxes, everything, yeah. Yeah.
Call the meeting to order. Leesburg City Commission meeting. Today's date, November 14th, 2022. If everybody please stand for the invocation and pledge. Heavenly Father, we thank you for your many blessings. We pray that you continue to bless this community and this great city. Please guide and direct our commission, our staff, this team as we work together tonight to make our city better. In your name we pray. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So proclamations, we have none. Presentations, city manager has an update. Is that better? I don't think the PA.
Is it? I know that our TV folks there in the room, if they can turn on our speakers, so we'll help you out, okay? And we'll speak up. And Anna, if you can give the full view of that.
Anybody, you're saying?
Give me.
Anybody go in there and turn it up?
No,
No, thank you.
I asked our IT guys in there to work on it. No, I will be more clear. It says I'm waiting on a slide here to help with the discussion. And so while Anna's getting that up, which is that, if you can just kind of get it slid over, and that's probably about as good as we can get. But I'll explain the purpose of the discussion.
Do we need this? We need this all recorded.
Yeah, it's getting recorded, isn't it?
Okay.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So the purpose of this discussion, and I think it probably useful this evening, as we go through 3 specific annexation and land use issues this evening. On different topics, and I think hopefully it brings some perspective. And by and large, this project, this presentation is not meant to persuade anybody's issues this evening, but more as an informational item for the commission and one to get direction. But it's typically a part of the process the public doesn't see. And so what this body sees quite a lot is we have these annexation requests that we call large scale, which is anything bigger than 10 acres, where we annex property land use and zone it, and we go through this process. And in just simple terms, we call that painting the canvas. So we can go through and we can approve these type of subdivisions. And the next big question is, do they actually get developed? And through the history of most communities, the answer is no, they don't get developed. Sometimes they do, but at least in Leesburg cases, typically they don't get developed. So we leave some things unanswered or some things that can be modified when we adopt PUDs and different zoning classifications. And typically those are kind of how the final plats are going to be, which just shows how the final lots are going to be, how roads are going to be inlaid in there. And then when construction time comes, there's always the question on impact fees and getting your permits and your approvals and these type of things. In our specific case, probably the last 3 or 4 years, we've seen a number of major subdivisions come through, which have gotten a lot of feedback from the Board of County Commissioners, a lot of feedback from the public, and most of the subdivisions we've approved, I'm going to say roughly because of good planning techniques and laws that we have to follow that guide this body and the Planning and Zoning Board on development. This picture, my apologies, I'll speak up for those in the back. This picture is pretty much South Leesburg, where most of our major annexations have been. This road is US 27, so what we have lined out here is most of our development that we've brought in as far as annexation purposes has been in south and east, south of kind of core Leesburg and east of US 27. So we go from, basically this is the first turnpike interchange at US 27. This is the Florida Turnpike. And up here is 48. So everything, as even though we don't have development, the annexations have been, I would argue, compact and contiguous, and annexations that I would say that this body can do without the use of the ISBA agreement, because everything has been compact and contiguous. So as we put in these major subdivisions, Whispering Hills, Hodges, tonight you're going to consider Anthony Properties, Barkey, Lake Cove Properties, and Leiden Nichols, all connected all along the 27 corridor. Typically these will start to sit until the planning and zoning or the building department sees development. So what's development? The PUDs as approved here and concept plans start coming back in full plan. And that's kind of the time where Dan's crew in the planning and zoning department has a second look-see to make sure that everything that this body has put, this body being the commission, has put in a PUD, a plan unit development PUD agreement, is occurring. So what is interesting is I'll say a plus and a negative, depending on whatever side of the equation you're at, or movement, no movement, rather, maybe is a better way to say it, is that we are starting to see some signs that some of these larger scale annexations may be developed. So that triggers now three things that we talk about in the planning process that now we bring to real life. How are you going to serve it, water and sewer? How are roads going to function? And how the final look is that going to be? And then in this case too, because of the number, fire services. Most of the other services we've identified kind of through the permit process says that they're taking care of itself. In this particular case, we have gas utilities in the area, so developers understand that they build off that trunk system. We have a water system in the area, which we have a couple of capital projects approved, but by and large, water is taking care of itself, the main line that comes down 27. But there's really kind of three lingering growth issues that we do need to address. So the plan is to provide that, our recommendations on the staff level to this body. I don't think a formal adoption is needed, but just that you understand where the guidance is going to be. And then we'll start going out to the developers. Because of the compactness and the size of this, we feel like there's a couple of extractions that we're now at the phase that we can start requesting as these final plans start coming through and building permits are ultimately issued. So those three issues are roads, road connectivity, B, sanitary sewer collection, and potential extraction of a couple acres for potential fire department should the growth come and need for fire services in South 27 is required. So that one is kind of the easiest one. We've identified a place off Dewey Robbins just behind commercial property in the Leiden Nichols area. This can slide a little bit around, but basically if we had our choices, the best place that we could do ban would be right there behind the commercial frontage, but still adjacent to 27 to get across Dewey Robbins and get into the west side or come down bridges and serve ultimately area over here that's in our ISB way, which is South Leesburg. So we see that as a good area. So what we'll do is we'll go back out to the developers with this information. We'll have a big meeting with all the parties involved, and we'll start saying, here's our list of the things that we want to see. One of them is the location for the fire department. Next is water and sewer. Electric, I mentioned gas earlier. This is not our electric territory. It's split kind of, I think, between Duke and Seco in different spots. Duke and Seco kind of have bands, so I think we're Duke up here and Seco down here. But we have our franchises in place for that. That'll be an IOU issue for development of distribution systems. The next infrastructure issue we have is the collection of sanitary sewer. As you know, we're in a good spot as far as sewer treatment. We're expanding the Turnpike plant to 6 MGD. 6 MGD is going to serve about 90% of all of this capacity. I think our number roughhouse is about 6,500 units that's been approved, not built, but approved by you all. But at our pace, and I'll talk about that in a minute, that expansion will serve this area for quite a while. And I think by the way the land is breaking down, by the time we hit that 6 MGD, we'll actually see growth and need over here in the southwest area of town, which are probably the next location for wastewater treatment if, in fact, we hit these numbers. So our biggest issue is getting the wastewater from the farthest point, which actually, the map cuts off the farthest point, which is actually we serve sanitary sewer all the way down to Royal Highlands. So we need to upgrade the line from Royal Highlands to the Turnpike, which is actually a CIP. But then this line, actually the pattern, we've looked at it now for probably about the last 3 or 4 months, how best to get wastewater to the Turnpike facility, which is up in this corner of the map. Man, if I was taller, it's up here. Right, that's where up off 470, the intersection of 470 and the Turnpike is where all the wastewater is going, where the plant expansion is going to happen. We have an existing main that actually comes out of the Turnpike plant that's 24 inches wide, which is plenty of capacity to pick up all of this wastewater, which comes out of the plant up to about the intersection of 48, 33 intersection right there, downtown Oklahoma intersection. So that's the point we've got to get all this water to with a bigger line. So basically, it's coming up 27, cutting across the Duke easement, and then up 33 where we hit the Oklahoma intersection. Our initial estimates, it's probably going to be plus or minus a couple $1 million, but that sewer interceptor is probably around a $10 million capital project improvement. How does it get paid for? Impact fees. You multiply the impact fee, the potential houses out here by the impact fee number, you come up with a revenue stream of around 13 to 15 million. So those numbers, we might need to do some nip and tucking of that impact fee later, but I feel comfortable that where we're at right now, there is enough existing impact fee credits to where we can shift that cost to the developers. So that's the number one thing we really want to talk about is this is the best way to collect wastewater in that corridor. We can do it a couple different ways. The developers could potentially get impact fee credits from us for building the improvement, or we can do pioneering agreements. This body, I don't have a recommendation to you. I would say one or the other is pioneering agreements and or direct contributions. If we get checks for the project from developers based on their share, then I don't think, as far as the city, I would have issue building that line. But the bottom line is that's a cost, that's a development cost that needs to get shifted to the developers. But because of the scale and the urgency that the developers seem to be expressing, we need to start figuring out how to hook all this together. Which also then comes to roads. We've heard you in the packets. We've heard at least I don't think I'm going to say it's a informal direction from the Board of County Commissioners because they haven't formally voted. They've sent letters and feedback about concerns of Leesburg development on roads. I'll just be really super succinct. I don't see that as a county road impact, even with these major annexations. This yellow line is the edge of what we call our ISBA territory. So back when we put together areas where each of the cities and lake was going to grow, this is we're pretty much up against the eastern line and pretty much almost now filled in should these happen. So the existing road impact in this area on county roads are three, which is 48 up at the north end, Dewey Robbins kind of in the middle, and then really, I'm not even going to say bridges because the Barkey subdivision, their main entry is talking about lining up with bridges, which actually we think is good. But what we would like to see is some interconnectivity in all of these major subdivisions, which is something that we want to point out to. So as they do their final adjustments, their road network links and brings traffic back to US 27. Yes, there will be impacts on Dewey Robbins, potentially bridges, a new ingress-egress point, but with all of this development, you'd have three primary points back out to US 27. Kind of like the Windsong Windsong is the best way to describe it. The Duke easement area, so when you see those big giant transmission lines, when you drive down 27, that's about the primary interest for Whispering Hills. A secondary one about halfway through. Then you hit Dewey Robbins, so you're looking at 1, 2, 3, and then an alignment of Bridges Road with Barkey gets that traffic coming to 27. These areas here, Dewey Robbins, those aren't major critical elements because traffic flow, once everybody starts doing their studies, is going to be pushing this traffic towards 27. We might need some widening at the intersections with turn lanes and ingress-egress. Again, that would be a developer cost, and that's something that they have to mitigate. And as these processes go through their planning stages, the county ultimately does review these, and they provide feedback, and then that feedback is provided to the developers. So for this purpose, basically it's we need a couple acres for a fire station. We need to get all the developers on the same map as far as how we're going to collect the wastewater and what they need to do to help us get that line built. And then we're going to be asking them to align their interior roads in this manner, which really shouldn't be a significant issue. It might be nipping and tucking a couple of lots here and there, but overall that's a road network that keeps the traffic, most of it coming to US 27, and that's the road that we want to impact. So with that, pending y'all's approval, I'll take this and we'll summon all the developers in that area to come have a meeting and kind of beat this concept up. And at the end of it, the plan is to pretty much get everybody on board with how water and or wastewater and roads and what property we can get a fire station at. Then the last thing is the market. Just, I know we continue to go through these issues, so I think the plan is a good one. I think time seems interesting. A lot of different things have happened in the market lately with interest rates going up, with some of we've seen a bit of a drop off as far as the number of COs that we've issued in the building department. So is that an inclination that the growth engine is slowing down? The honest answer is I don't know. Those, it could be circumstance that kind of as we're shifting from one subdivision to the next, or it could be some market issues. So it's just it's anybody's guess. But I think these are the things that we need to have in place, and I think that this is a reasonable plan to make sure roads and sewer and those other infrastructure items are taken care of. That's it.
Okay. Thank you, Al. Okay. Can you hear me better now? Moving on to public comments. This section is reserved for members of the public to bring up matters of concern or opportunities for praise.
You asked us for direction.
I mean, the direction from the non-direction I'll take is, go share the
Okay,
plan
just
with
make
the
sure
developers.
that everyone's okay with that.
I was waiting for you. If you guys would have said, no, this is crazy, man, or what are you thinking? I'd ask you a question.
I moved quickly because we weren't voting on it. I apologize.
The silence seemed to indicate you kind of understand our methods, and the next phase is my hope sometime at least before Christmas we have an initial meeting with developers. It'll take a while to notice and get the word out, and it'll be a public meeting. But that's where we'll head to.
One question while we're still there. Did we iron out the route, or is that still?
Okay, the 90% of the route is ironed out. We want to go what we're calling the Duke easement route. So that's, again, that big giant transmission line up 27, and then we weave through a couple of different ways. Our initial response from Duke wasn't friendly. There's no way. We have an existing 12-inch sewer main in that easement already. This is par for the course. There's one area where we can bypass a little bit of it, where we got to do a little bit of a circle to avoid some Duke easement issues. But it's something that we have our engineers working on now. So we anticipate some struggles, but we anticipate at the end of the day as well that pretty much that'll be the direction. We looked at it, I don't mean to get wordy, but we looked at a number of other routes coming up even 48. We came Bridges Road up 33. And really, long story short, the Duke easement is the best way to get it to the treatment plant.
Why would Duke be concerned going from 12 to 24 inches? I mean, what's the big deal there? It's already in place.
Duke, that's a high voltage transmission line, and your electric providers are cautious of what you put in their right of ways. They have a prescriptive. Well, they have kind of a trust easement in there, and their initial reaction is protective of their territory, and so you kind of got to. You got to play the game, which is they're going to say no. Then you got to start throwing out the law, and then blah, 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 blah.
Okay.
So we're in that process. Yeah.
Any other comments from the commission since I moved on quickly?
Just that I would point out that a step ladder is within your spending authority as city manager. So if you need to get a little higher, you don't need our permission. You can go buy one.
Oh, goodness.
Duly noted.
Any other comments? Okay, moving on then to public comments. This section is reserved for members of the public to bring up matters of concern or opportunities for praise. Issues brought up will not be discussed in detail at this meeting. Issues will either be referred to the proper staff or will be scheduled for consideration at a future city commission meeting. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. Okay. Yeah. Move.
Yeah, as long as it's not on one of the agenda items.
Basically addressing your.
Yeah, that's fine.
Is that okay?
That's fine. If it was with the developments, I was going to ask you to wait. Well, we're
Nope.
good. Okay.
My name is Terry Blessing. I live at 24913 Blue Sink Road, right off of number 2 Road, which is right off of County Road 48, and am directly affected by the infrastructure conversation that you just had. There is a problem with the county, and there is a problem with the communication between the county and the city of Leesburg and these roads. And I challenge each and every one of you to come down 48, turn right on number 2 Road, and look at the McElroy development right there on the corner. I'm waiting for an accident. We have to get the infrastructure fixed before you just allow all these developments, because the people are still living there and they're still driving. Turning left onto 48 and coming out to 27 has become an absolute nightmare. So I'm now having to try to travel down Bloomfield to get to 48, because I have to travel through that intersection at 27 and 48 to get to my employment every single day, home and back. Whether I go 33 or I go out 470, it doesn't matter. I am really struggling with this commission addressing infrastructure based on only impact fees and not addressing it in advance. I understand money, but I'm telling you, safety and trying to get into Leesburg to drop my twins off in the morning, it's an absolute nightmare. And it's because we have all the development, but we don't have the infrastructure, and the roads are a mess. So I know you all have a meeting on the 6th of December with the county, and I am hoping and praying that we can stop, that you guys can stop acting as an island, and we need to come together as a community. It is not the city of Leesburg versus Lake County. We are all impacted by this. So that's all I'm going to say. I'm sure my 3 minutes are up, and I appreciate the time.
Yeah. Do you have a address? Okay. Thank you. If no other comments, I'll move on to the consent agenda. Whoop, sorry.
Hi, I'm Darrell Crane. I live in Hollywood Heights. At your last meeting, you talked about putting fluoride in the water, and I think you voted to go forward on that. I wanted to know, are you going to be injecting that at all 5 of the city's water plants? Because they all do serve, I believe, children that live in the areas.
Okay. Just for information, I don't know the answer to that yet. What the commission decided was to give me the authorization to start the preliminary design and construction stuff. When the preliminary designs and the construction numbers come out back, then we'll have another public discussion on the matter. I'll be able to answer questions like that, have some cost estimates, and hopefully, also looking at some grant monies. That will also give the community another opportunity to give feedback to fluoride or not fluorinate the water.
Okay, your projections will be based on the main plant or all of the Leesburg plants?
All the plants. We're working with Al Purvis, and he'll work with the engineers to properly fluorinate the water.
Okay, thank you.
If that's where we go. So I'd guesstimate probably 3 to 4 months before that plan comes back to the commission.
Thank you.
Any other public comments? Okay, if none, moving on to the consent agenda. Routine items are placed on the consent agenda to expedite the meeting. If the commission staff wish to discuss any item, the procedure is as follows. Pull the items from the consent agenda, vote on remaining items with one roll call vote, and discuss each item pulled and vote by roll call. Are there any items the commission would like to pull?
I have a couple. 5C7 and 5C8.
5C6.
And 5C5.
Yeah. Anything else? If nothing else, a motion to approve the remaining items on consent agenda.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, roll call.
Commissioner Burry?
Yes.
Commissioner Roebuck?
Yes.
Commissioner Connell?
Yes.
Mayor Peterson?
Yes.
Excuse me.
Would someone please introduce 5C5?
I'll introduce and ask to be read by title only, please.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Leesburg, Florida, authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute a purchase and sale agreement with Rapid Infiltration Basin Infrastructure and Transmission, LLC, to sell certain real property owned by the city and to execute a lease agreement providing continued use in favor of the city, accepting an easement on the property for spray field purposes, and providing an effective date.
Move for approval.
Comments from the commission?
Yeah, I just wanted Al to give us a little kind of quick, because I understand there's a little change.
I will be as brief as possible and then answer any questions you have. This is an item that is a sale of the remaining 515 acres that the city owns at what used to be the 470 property. In May of 2017, the city contemplated selling all of our property at the 470 area, which was plus or minus 1,700 acres. In the due diligence of that, the bottom line was we felt and made the determination that moving to a villages style of development in that corridor of the community made economic development sense and was a good deal for the city as far as expanding the city's ad valorem base, creating economic development activity efforts through the villages style of growth, which is basically injecting more of our service economy into the region. When we contemplated that sale, we were unable to sell all of the property. And so basically the 470 line was the divider, and we sold all the property north of 470, which was approximately 1,200 units, which now the Villages is developing pretty much all residential. I believe there's some golf course and some recreational features in there, but at the end of the day, it's about a 3,200 unit parcel that will probably add somewhere around 700 to 800 million of assessed value. So in the next year, you can look for our assessed value number to increase in that value, which is close to 40% increase of our taxable value in one swoop. So obviously those numbers speak for themselves. We were unable to sell the southern portion, which is this 515 acres, because of the need for reuse. Remember, if you recall, reuse is there's two byproducts from the wastewater treatment process. One is reuse, or clear water that comes off of wastewater that is then used for reuse purposes like irrigating your yard or golf course or what have you. In our case, we sprayed it, field application. So nobody got it because we didn't have the infrastructure for reuse. The other component is sludge, and if you recall, we changed our sludge disposal method so that we wouldn't land applicate sludge any further. In so doing, we determined in that process that we were not able to sell the south side because there is a backup requirement for reuse. So obviously 365 days in a year, 24 hours a day. The best and the primary disposal method of reuse is some type of sale to a reuse customer. Irrigation. Jane Doe and John Doe irrigating your yard on Main Street, golf courses, or different type of customers that have significant irrigation needs. And it's typically golf courses or residential uses. That's primary. But even in that restraint, even in that regard, a utility cannot dispose of all their reuse all the time for different reasons, weather, usage, these type of things. So in those time periods where you can't get rid of your reuse through the sale to customers for reuse purposes, you have to show DEP you have a backup plan. So the backup plan comes into effect typically for us about 30 days a year where we can't get rid of the reuse. So in that case, we retain the south side because we spray applicate that. Spray application for reuse, even on the secondary level, is not typical. typical is you do a rib system, and a rib system is a system where it's basically a big sand mound where you spray or distribute your water into this sand hill situation that then absorbs the water back into the ground, and then through a filter process of the sand and the soil, and it's more a natural type of process. But it's accelerated because of the materials that are used. So that's typically seen as a backup. So we further endeavored that when we couldn't sell the south side, we ultimately saw the south side being developed, and we ultimately saw it being developed by the villages. So the villages asked us to put a covenant on the land to protect the original intent of the agreement, which was that the villages would ultimately get to purchase this for further villages development. And the city didn't have issue with that because we needed the property for spray. If we were to develop the south side without if we were to now develop the south side, we would now have to find a way to get rid of our secondary reuse application. So how would we do that? We would go from a spray field to open up the south side, kind of like we did on the north side, and we would need to build a rib. A rib would be, I'm not going to say difficult in that area, but challenging because the property to the west is in Sumter County, owned by the villages. So really wouldn't be in their financial interest to sell us nice sandy soil to build a rib. So we would probably actually have to move further south into kind of the map I showed you, that southwestern area of our ISBA, where we could find potential acreage. Based on calculations we discussed with our engineering firm, Dewberry Engineers, we put a quick estimate, and I'll just be brief, but this is there's a million questions to be answered, but a fair and reasonable number to build a rib system is probably in the neighborhoods of $5 million. That number is made up of three components. One, building the rib itself, which we estimated for our use would probably be around $1 million because we need 9 million gallons a day backup. Number two would be the pipe to get to wherever your rib field is going to be. And number three is purchase land. So that purchase land number, if you figure a going rate of about 20,000 an acre, and that number could be as low as 5, as high as 30, you're looking at the need for 212 acres of property all converted into a rib. So then you take that number, divide it by the sales acreage, and you come up with about $9,700 an acre. So that's more than the last sale. But beyond the sale value in this agreement, we've always looked at this property is more valuable to the city developed. So while I will say you probably get maybe a little bit south of what a market rate for the property is, but then again, you're dealing with a big sale of 500 acres, so that's atypical, and that does bring down your per acreage value. You're still getting more value than when we sold it to the villages in 17, but now you're getting that south side done. The villages at this time frame, because of the differences of things that are going on that they're trying to accomplish, didn't specifically say what the development was going to be, as they did on the north side, which they were right out of the gate. This is going to be housing. They've left it open to different villages ventures, which would range from commercial to industrial, or right even back to a residential use again. So a residential use would probably return value to the city in the lowest form, but so if you the math on that is probably upwards of another $250 million in assessed value. So Village House is going for about 300. So knock off 50 grand for homestead, and you get to $250,000 a house times the number of units, and that gets you in a ballpark taxable value, and then you multiply by your millage rate. So this property in its basic form probably can bring another $1.2 million annually in revenue to the city a year, and that perpetual ad valorem number is what has the real value for the city. So all those things thrown into the hopper. This is kind of phase 2 of this proposal when we ventured out onto it in 2017. And our recommendation is that you do the deal. So what is the deal? The deal, instead of a money exchange, it's you don't have to make your property valuable in terms of development. The village is proposing a quid pro quo. We will build you a RIB system in property that they have. They pay for the extension, they pay for the RIB, and in the long term, we do pay maintenance, but that maintenance on a RIB is cutting the grass. So that's a reasonable return. That's the $5 million investment that we don't have to make to open up the potential developability of the property. So we are recommending that you do the agreement. Couple things in the agreement just to know of. It's a 30-year deal. The villages has 30 years to build the RIB system. They own the property out of the gate, but they lease it back to us. So they lease it back to us for 30 years at a cost of $0 to us. And at the end of 30 years, before I go to the end of 30 years, they are not permitted to develop the property pursuant to the agreement unless they build us the RIB system. So that has to get built first. If at the end of 30 years that the RIB system is not built, we're kind of back to square one, which is renegotiate another contract, or even if we don't, then that property actually reverts back to us, or we extend at the end of 30 years. So the final thing that I think protects the city's interest is it's the taxable value. You've got to build taxable value to make this work for us. So the clause in there that is 75%. 75% of the 515 acres has to be taxable. That's an extremely reasonable number when you consider that probably the first thing the villages will do is when they exceed our capacity at the Turnpike plant is build another sewer plant adjacent to ours, which will probably ultimately not be taxable, and then roads. So add in all those roads, that's going to be property that typically wouldn't be taxable anyway because it would be dedicated back to us. So they're guaranteeing that 75% of the 515 is taxable, which I think is a reasonable calculation for the city that in the future we will get a good village-style taxable development in the future.
Go ahead.
Anything on the odor control stuff?
Okay, so we struck at the last second. I had a couple of questions in my individual conversations with commissioners with concern to paragraph 27 of the odor. There was a paragraph in the agreement that said that due to their development, it was incumbent upon the city to manage and control the odor. So I think that was a concern to some of you in my individual conversations with you. Moving in that, my perspective on that issue was we are controlling our odor issues now. We have these budgeted issues. It's clearly a city issue because it is our treatment plant. And our future expansions should remediate the odor. I know I hate to use the word should, but that's just being transparent. Our intent through the design of the expansion at Turnpike is to put in more controls so that we don't perpetually do the stopgap measure. So we anticipate that to be corrected. And if our levels don't rise as far as taking in wastewater treatment plant to exponential immediacy levels, we're going to have some time to adjust and manage the plant. And even at our growth rate of which we saw at 70 units a month, that gave us plenty of time to do that. The really only question would be, my thought was, is it going to be our plant or their plant that is potentially stinking? I didn't see it as a tripwire, but understood y'all's concern. So I went back to the villages this afternoon, expressed that concern, and they offered to withdraw paragraph 27 in its entirety, which in short version benefits the city.
Okay, no, thank you, Al. Comments from the commission?
I do have a couple questions, Al. You're talking about this RIB. How many acres are needed for that?
I don't know how many acres will be built for the RIB, because my assumption is they will use, the villages will use a RIB system for their wastewater treatment facilities as well as our wastewater facilities. So they're going to put that in I understand that probably somewhere off over by 301 is where this giant RIB facility for the villages will be built. Of that facility, the requirement will be that the RIB has to reserve capacity of 9 million gallons a day for the city. So 9 million gallons a day for the city is our 2 wastewater treatment plants. Turnpike built out at full capacity, 6 million MGD where we're headed, and Turnpike at 3 MGD. So that's how we come up with the 9. The question then becomes how much acreage does the city need for 9 million MGD? And if the soils are perfect, the answer to that is 212 acres. So the answer to your question is, my assumption would be a minimum of 212 for the city plus whatever the villages needs for their capacity.
So we could put the RIB on the 515 acres and retain 300 acres of it for resale farther down the road for a more of a higher purchase value?
No, because you don't want to put the RIB on our spray field property. You want to put the RIB out in an area that's more rural so that you can develop the property that's closer in. Okay. Right now we're using high value, high potential development property for a spray field. That's bad use. So we want to take all that and we want to move that to somewhere else that opens up the development potential of the property.
And I'll just point out, because I think this came before you're on the commission, but you may already know about the Bug Springs Accord with the Navy, but yeah, for the public, we can't put any industrial and some types of commercial on that property because the Navy's testing at Bug Springs. So residential is one of the few things that can go there.
Any other comments from the commission? Public comments? If none, roll call.
Commissioner Roebuck?
Yes.
Commissioner Connell?
Yes.
Commissioner Burry?
Yes.
Mayor Peterson?
Yes. Would someone please introduce 5C6?
Introduced and ask to be read by title only.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Leesburg, Florida, approving a facade sign and landscape grant for Faith World Church for sign improvements and providing an effective date.
Move approval.
Second.
Comments?
Yeah, so I pulled this. I pulled any nonprofit that's pulled an FSL grant application in the past because my feeling has nothing certainly to do with Faith World Church or the project, but just that these grants are funded by the CRA with the idea that it will increase the taxable value of the CRA to benefit the city. So I've always felt that nonprofits should not be eligible for CRA grants because they don't pay any taxes. So so I'll be voting no, and just that's why.
I agree with that.
Any comments, Commissioner?
I would tend to agree with it. It's something that I haven't really thought about. Wasn't aware, but that does make good sense.
He brings up an excellent point. I'm probably a little more sympathetic to a church, but I do respect and understand the comments. Any other comments from the commission? Public comments? If none, roll call.
Commissioner Connell?
No.
Commissioner Burry?
No.
Commissioner Roebuck?
No.
Mayor Peterson?
Yes. Would someone please introduce 5C7?
Introduced as to be read by title only.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Leesburg, Florida, approving a facade sign and landscape grant for Palace Partner and providing an effective date.
Motion to approve.
Move for approval.
All right, I pulled this, and 5C7,
I just need a second.
Second.
I thought he did second it. 5C7, 5C8 kind of have my same concern, which I did bring up last year when we did approve the redevelopment for the downtown area. Is I have a hard time going along with we're going to give this type of money away, not just the sign of the $20,000 they're asking for, but the $250,000 they're asking for redevelopment of this building, with no strings attached. I mean, we're going to give him $250,000. You're going to do the work, and he can turn around and sell it and pocket the improvement money. I just don't think that's right. Nobody I know of is going to give you this type of money without some strings attached. You have to own the property for some length of time and do something with it. Not just give it to somebody who's going to flip the property and turn around and list it and pocket the city of Leesburg's $250,000 that he's going to make back with the improvements he's put in his property. I have a hard time with that. And I brought that up last year when this program was approved.
No, I remember we had this discussion, and my position at the time and still is he's putting, I believe, help me out with the number, almost $700,000 in this building. If someone's willing to put $700 in, I'm willing to throw $250, which is our cap, by the way, per property.
It is.
So we're putting in $250. He's putting in $450. That's a major investment in downtown, so I'm okay with it.
Yeah, and I would agree with Mike. I'm for it really because for the city, the improvements that are made on the building is going to improve what we get out of it. And therefore, I think whether this particular owner decides to sell and profit from that, so be it. If he does that, someone else will be paying the taxes and increasing the revenue to the city on the building. Yeah. So,
I just don't know of any other program that I've ever heard of that there's no strings attached for at least some length of time. You have to maintain ownership if you're using government money for improvements or for purchase. Even the affordable housing program, I believe, by Lake, there's strings attached to that is 7.5 to 10 years. And if you sell your home before that, you have to pay that money back. And I can't believe we're just going to hand out $250,000 with no strings attached. As soon as he gets a CO, it's up for sale again. I have a real problem with it.
Yeah. Now, I respect your comments entirely. How this grant started, and help me out, commissioners, this was an effort to boost investment in downtown. And specifically, we were trying to, I think it has to be a multi-story building, and we're trying to encourage more residential development, upstairs. And the feedback from the issue has been, the electrical upgrades, the water, sewer upgrades. We're prohibiting people from developing it. So we feel like this is in the best interest of downtown. So that's what this is about. Any other comment?
And like I said, I'm not saying I'm opposed to the program. I'm opposed to not having no restrictions or regulations on length of time for the building or whatever. I think just open it up ourselves to developers coming in and just taking $250,000 from the city and then turn around and putting a for sale sign back up front. And then it's I guess it's renovated, but we have no business in it. It could stay on the market for another year, but like I said,
no, we had this debate a year ago, and the issue is, somebody just revitalized a building downtown. That's how you have to look at it.
I can't see it that way.
Okay.
So a question for Grant. I apologize. I should have called you about this and forgot. So on this particular one, they have a quote from my company and a quote from one of my competitors. I do not have a contract with them, and given their budget and my quote, I don't think they're going to use me, but I don't know that. So would this be a conflict for me?
I think the safe thing would be that it would be a conflict in that your company has appeared, whether or not you have direct knowledge of it. I think the safe thing to do is to not be involved in it.
Okay. So I'll be abstaining.
Yeah. Okay. Any other comments from the commission? Public comments?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I work in a small, Terry Blessing again. Because I work in a small community, I understand your concern, but I commend the city of Leesburg for trying to elevate the look of our city, because at the end of the day, there are business owners that are there that while this particular one may or may not resell or whatever, we're beautifying the city. And that's the goal, is to be able to bring people to our city. And it's very difficult to do that when people don't have the money to beautify their building. I happen to know somebody that used that money in your city, and it really made a difference. And so at the end of the day, I do understand where you're coming from, but it's not your control to decide if they will sell or not sell. But I do think that it's your vote to decide if we want to put more beauty into the city, and offering people that helps.
Yeah, no, thank you for your comments.
Sorry, one other question. Grant, I believe that since I'm not voting, we still need a majority of all 4 commissioners, right? They need 3 votes to pass it.
That's correct.
So I would suggest that somebody table this and the next one to the next meeting, because it's not going to pass.
I think that's a reasonable thing when there's a full commission to be able to consider it.
Okay, so I just made a motion to table. Thank you.
I think so. I'm going to ask Grant the next one when it opens up.
Okay.
Similar question, similar but different question.
Okay, so Commissioner Burry's made a motion to table, continue this.
I'll second.
Second. Okay, comments from the public? Yeah, we're tabling it.
You're tabling the facade grant.
Yeah, we're tabling the facade grant. We're tabling the facade grant, item 5C7.
The downtown building.
The down.
You're on number 7 right now. So that's the facade grant for 20 grand. Yeah, same people, different grant.
Yeah, please come forward. Sorry about that. I just want to be sure you had the right item.
No, I was just agreeing with this gentleman here about the $250,000 giving it away. I understand that, and I agree with the lady that spoke about the beautification and everything. But I really do think I agree with him that if the gentleman does get the money and decides to sell, why can't you put a little something in there that says, if he sells it within a year and a half, that at least you'll get half your money back or something like that, because he's going to get a profit off of it, guaranteed. So there should be something in there, instead of, like he said, everybody can come in and get the money. They can turn around and sell it and make money back. There should be something in there that says you have a time limit, so everything's beautiful, and then if after that time limit, sell it, great, everybody's happy. Before then, put a stipulation in there where maybe at least you get half your money back, so at least you ain't throwing it away. Maybe give it to some of the homeless or something like that, some shelters like that. Yeah, just a suggestion.
Okay, thank you.
I need his name.
Oh, sir, I just need your name and address. Sir. Sorry, I'm sorry. I just need your name and address. If you please come back to the microphone.
I'm sorry.
I didn't think you did.
My name is John Pletka, and I live at 35209 Damien Road.
Thank you.
Howdy, Ray Hayden, 35121 Dennis Road. My only concern about this, I like the Google Earth thing, and I look at everything else, and State Road 44 is a beautiful road and comes right around downtown. Highway 27, 441 zips right through the other side of town. And I had put a lot of consideration into this, just my own thought on cities and towns and everything else around Florida, anywhere else, is we've pretty much, society here has taken the downtown area, which is beautiful. My wife and I come down here and enjoy the neighborhood here, but they've actually just driven the general public right through or around the city without going through it. Downtown, it's a very nice downtown. We enjoy it very much. But not necessarily everybody will, and there's no guarantee that anybody's going to be successful with the business. And I do agree with putting on some kind of strings to help protect those funds. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, thank you for your comments.
What Dan's talking about is not really the facade grant, right? You're talking about number 8.
But Dan can't vote on either one.
No, they have my quote in number 7.
Dan was talking about the FSL grant. They did use a quote from Romac in that.
Yeah, in there.
That was provided as backup documentation.
I got you. Okay.
So not buying.
Any other public comments? Please come forward. I just need your name and address. No, thank you. Thank you. I guess I was looking down together when you thought he was talking about.
Hi, my name is Alexis Swirsky. I live at 10550 Holloway Drive in Leesburg. My question regarding this, I come downtown a lot, and I have a question. Has there been a demonstrable need for this kind of upgrading on buildings? I don't know that there is a real need for more retail space downtown. I come down here often enough. I see empty spaces. So why could those grants not be given to what are now existing retail spaces rather than giving it to someone who won't maybe commit to improving or bringing in new business? He will commit to maybe improving the building, but not building a business, and then, like you said, selling at a profit, which I think is a real waste of taxpayers' monies.
So the basis of this grant when we approved it, say, a year ago, was to encourage redevelopment of the upstairs, second, third floors, and encourage residential. And this gentleman is, I believe the Palace helped me out, I think it's 3 stories, but I know he's doing residential on the top floor.
But is there a need, a demonstrable need of businesses who want to go on the second and third floors?
No. We're encouraging residential development upstairs.
Oh, residential development. Has there been any indication that people are interested in living on the second and third stories of businesses?
If the buildings were rehabbed,
downtown?
we hope so if they're rehabbed. Right now, they're just not in good condition. That's the problem. We have too many second, third floor.
I've gone through Leesburg downtown at night. I wouldn't want to live on a second or third story floor where I have to come in at night or go out early in the morning.
We hope there's a lot of people that do want to live down there.
Well, hopefully some will if you're going to give them $250,000 for.
Well, let me make another comment. I think there was a comparison to some grants through some of these home programs, and some of those programs are more like 90, 95, possibly even 100%. This is almost a 2-to-1 match by the owner, so that there is a difference. I mean,
well, that may be. I'm just saying $250,000 is a lot of money, even if the owner is willing to give 2 times the amount. That's all my point.
I respect your comments. I respect your comments. We are just trying to encourage, more investment in downtown and continue to make our downtown better.
Okay.
Any other public comments? Okay.
I'm Laura Radcliffe, and I live on 34639 Rum Run, Leesburg, but I work downtown. We don't have parking as it is downtown.
Please be quiet. We're having a hard time hearing her.
I understand you want to put residents and stuff in here, which is fine, but we don't have parking downtown as it is. I work on 3rd and Market. I have a hard time parking every morning.
Yeah, and actually we're working on that. We actually set aside some money in the last budget process. We're not sure how we're going to spend it, but we did set aside $2 million to go into downtown because we could not make a decision on how to spend that money. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I know parking is one of the top 3
it is
needs.
Because there's only one handicap spot on 3rd and Market. Yeah. And it's usually taken all the time, and my boss is handicapped. So most of the time, I'll park in a spot and wait till she gets there and move, and I'll park clear over the parking garage and have to walk to work every morning. So the 3-hour parking spots that we have out front, they're always taken all day long, every day, by someone. Nobody comes and checks on those 3-hour parking spots. No one does anything about that. Okay. So that doesn't help us that are right here.
Okay.
So
we're trying to make our downtown better. We're making progress.
That's why. Again, I'm in here every day, so downtown every day. So that's why I was just curious.
Okay. Thank you. Any other public comments? Okay. So we have a motion to table this, and I have a second.
Do I vote on the tabling or no? I don't know how this is procedural.
No, I would sit that one out also.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay. Make sure I do it right.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. So roll call.
Commissioner Burry?
Yes.
Commissioner Connell?
Yes.
Mayor Peterson?
Yes. Will someone please introduce 5C8?
I'll introduce and ask to be read by title only, please.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Leesburg, Florida, approving a downtown building redevelopment grant to Palace Partners, LLC for renovations at 410 West Main Street and providing an effective date.
Motion to approve.
Move for approval.
I'll second for the approval, but that's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Cannell. Any comments from the commission?
Yeah, so in this case, Morton Construction, who they listed, is a customer of mine, so I know I need to abstain from this one.
So
I have the same comments.
I think I know where Commissioner Cannell is, so I guess I'm going to ask for a motion to table this one.
I'll move to table this.
I'll second.
Thank you. Comments? Okay. Roll call.
Commissioner Connell,
Yes.
Commissioner Burry,
Yes.
Mayor Peterson.
Yes. Moving on to public hearings and non-routine items. These are second readings. At this point, we're going to move into quasi-judicial procedures.
Okay. On the first up is the Anthony properties, which is item 6A, 1, 2, and 3. Dan, this is where the developer's not here? Am I mixing mine up?
No, he's here. He's here.
They're asking to table this one.
Dan Miller, Planning and Zoning. Yes, they are
Till next
requesting a
meeting?
table to the next meeting.
Okay.
28th, I believe.
There's some family issues that popped up for the developer, and he needs to run. So they're asking that you, I guess the way we would need to do this
Date
is
certain.
open each item,
Yes, sir.
items,
Vote on
open each 1, 2, 3 item and officially move it to next meeting, table it till next meeting.
Yes,
for
sir.
the advertisement.
Yes, sir, that's right. We want to make sure that it's to a date certain. So just like Al said, you would want to open each one of them, move to continue to the date
So you
certain.
want to open it, read it, and then table it.
Yeah.
So, question for Grant.
Yes, sir.
Do they have to be read by title, or can we request they not be read and only opened?
Let's read them by title.
Okay, so even though we're going to, okay, so we're moving into quasi-judicial procedure. Do you want to swear people in now or wait till the next till item 4?
We'll do that on the next
Item
one.
4,
Once we
okay.
open those up, we can go ahead and just
So
do
would
this
someone
one.
please introduce 6A 1, 2, and 3? We will read them all at this point, and we'll come back and just vote on them individually.
3 separate motions.
3
yes, sir.
separate motions and vote on them. Okay.
I'll introduce 6A 1, 2, and 3 and ask to be read by title only.
6A1, an ordinance of the City of Leesburg, Florida, annexing certain real property consisting of approximately 133 plus minus acres, being generally located east of U.S. Highway 27 and south of Dewey Robbins Road, lying in Section 5, Township 21 South, Range 25 East, Lake County, Florida. Providing that said property so annexed shall be liable for its proportionate share of the existing and future indebtedness of said city. Providing that such annexed property shall be subject to all laws and ordinances of said city, as if all such territory had been a part of the City of Leesburg at the time of passage and approval of said laws and ordinances. Providing that such annexed territory shall be placed in City Commission District 3 and providing an effective date. 6A2, an ordinance amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan of the City of Leesburg, changing the future land use map designation of certain property containing 133 plus minus acres from Lake County Rural to City of Leesburg Estate Residential for property generally located east of U.S. Highway 27 and south of Dewey Robbins Road, lying in Section 5, Township 21 South, Range 25 East, Lake County, Florida, and providing an effective date. 6A3, an ordinance of the City of Leesburg, Florida, changing the zoning on approximately 133 plus minus acres from Lake County A Agriculture to City of Leesburg PUD Planned Unit Development to allow a single-family residential subdivision for property generally located east of U.S. Highway 27 and south of Dewey Robbins Road, lying in Section 5, Township 21 South, Range 25 East, Lake County, Florida, and providing an effective date.
Okay, so I need a motion to table.
Move to table these and for a rehearing on November 28th.
Yes.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Comments from the public? Okay, so roll call on 6A1.
Commissioner Burry?
To table.
You're asking to table. Correct. Yes.
Commissioner Roebuck?
Yes.
Commissioner Connell?
Yes.
Mayor Peterson?
Yes. Now I need a motion to table 6A2.
I'll move to table to rehear on November 28th.
Yes, you read all 3. Yeah. Al asked me if we read all 3. We read all 3. Okay. I just need a second.
Second.
Okay. Comments from the commission? Public comments? Roll call.
Commissioner Roebuck?
Yes.
Commissioner Connell?
Yes.
Commissioner Burry?
Yes.
Mayor Peterson?
Yes. Now I need a motion to table 6A3.
Move to table for rehearing on 11/28.
Second.
Comments? Commission, public comments? Okay. Roll call.
Commissioner Connell,
Yes.
Commissioner Burry,
Yes.
Commissioner Roebuck,
Yes.
Mayor Peterson.
Yes. Okay, now moving on to 6A4. We are now moving to a quasi-judicial hearing. I'll turn it over to our city attorney for a minute.
Sir, thank you, Mr. Mayor. If anyone here is present tonight to speak on any of the public hearing items on Agenda 6A or 6B, if you would please stand and raise your right hand. That includes city staff. Do you swear or affirm that all testimony you'll give tonight will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. And anyone in the public, are you planning to present any evidence or information this evening? If you do, now's the time to stand up and be sworn in. No?
Yeah.
Okay.
They raised their hands.
This is for all of the public hearing items.
Yeah.
All of them. Yep.
Okay, that's
why I was a little surprised. There was. Okay. Well, I thought that all of the public hearing items was fairly clear, but all the same, we'll get everybody. All right. Everybody ready? All right. Do you swear or affirm that all testimony you'll give tonight will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So, would someone please introduce 6A4? Well, wait a second. Actually, we're gonna read 4, 5, and 6 together. So if someone would introduce 4, 5, and 6, then we'll come back and vote on them individually.
I'll introduce 4, 5, and 6 and ask to be read by title only.
6A4, an ordinance of the City of Leesburg, Florida, annexing certain real property consisting of approximately 717 plus-minus acres, being generally located east of U.S. Highway 27, south of Dewey Robbins Road, and north of Florida's Turnpike, lying in Section 5, 6, and 7, Township 21 South, Range 25 East, Lake County, Florida, providing that said property so annexed shall be liable for its proportionate share of the existing and future indebtedness of said city, providing that such annexed property shall be subject to all laws and ordinances of said city, as if all such territory had been a part of the City of Leesburg at the time of passage and approval of said laws and ordinances, providing that such annexed territory shall be placed in City Commission District 3, and providing an effective date. 6A5, an ordinance amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan of the City of Leesburg, changing the future land use map designation of certain property containing 717 plus-minus acres from Lake County Rural Transition, Lake County Rural, and Lake County Regional Office to City of Leesburg Estate Residential for property generally located east of U.S. Highway 27, south of Dewey Robbins Road, and north of Florida's Turnpike, lying in Sections 5, 6, and 7, Township 21 South, Range 25 East, Lake County, Florida, and providing an effective date. 6A6, an ordinance of the City of Leesburg, Florida, changing the zoning on approximately 717 plus-minus acres from Lake County A Agriculture to City of Leesburg PUD Planned Unit Development to allow commercial and residential development for property generally located east of U.S. Highway 27, south of Dewey Robbins Road, and north of Florida's Turnpike, lying in Sections 5, 6, and 7, Township 21 South, Range 25 East, Lake County, Florida, and providing an effective date.
Okay, so I just need a motion to approve.
Move to approve.
Second.
Dan, start with you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the second reading for the 717 acres east of U.S. Highway 27 south of Dewey Robbins Road, north of the Turnpike, known as Barkey Groves. By way of background, it's a comp plan from Lake County Rural Transition, Rural and Regional Office to City of Leesburg Estate Residential, and the zoning request is from Lake County A Agricultural to City of Leesburg PUD Plan Unit Development. Overall, the request is for a mixed-use residential, commercial, and institutional development. There are a proposed 1,700 units in this development with 140,000 square feet of commercial uses, plus 20 acres of institutional. By institutional, we're talking about government, school, medical-type uses. 3 different lot sizes. We have 45 feet, 50 feet, and 70 feet. Overall density is 2.37 units per acre. There's a minimum requirement of 35% open space. There are multiple uses within the PUD divided by different pods. There are design and architectural standards for all homes and commercial construction, and the dark sky lighting requirements for the shielding and directing of light inward. Gutters required for all houses with 5 foot or less setbacks. Additional parking at the end of blocks in some cases. 25-foot open buffer around the entire property. Trees in each yard, wetlands protection, irrigation controls, so that you don't have St. Augustine grass, you have Zoya Bahia, Bermuda, something like that. 12 acres of recreational areas. The applicant did meet with the surrounding property owners, and they are tonight going to request some buffer changes to benefit the residents. That will be Ms. Cindy Terrapini of Terrapini Planning Strategies. Staff would like to, while we are up here, under the PUD, there's some revised wording we'd like to request based on speaking with the applicant in regards to basically directing stormwater away from the foundation of the home and requiring that rain gutters are on all primary structures, meaning the houses, on lots with a side setback of 5 feet or less. All houses with a hip roof should have gutters. Houses with any other style of roof other than a hip roof would have to have gutters required on the sides. That's under Section 4D1. It's just revising it so that it's ensuring the drainage works as designed. And then under Section 12I, staff is requesting that the multi-use trail, which is shown on the concept plan in Exhibit C, be considered an appropriate fulfillment of the golf cart requirement. It's a multi-use trail to have golf carts, bicycles, and pedestrians, and staff feels that that would satisfy that requirement. And we have copies of those changes if the commission would like to see those. And then beyond that, we have no other comments. I know Ms. Terrapini is here from Terrapini Planning Strategies, who would like to make a presentation in regard to this proposal. Yes, sir.
Question for staff first. You mentioned the golf cart trail, meeting those requirements. I know this has come up at a different development, maybe Whispering Hills. Is there language in there that requires, even if it's the same, I understand the same strip of asphalt, but some sort of separation so that it's not just a golf cart path that people can supposedly walk on? Do we have that language in there?
I don't believe that there is language in there, but we can require, say, a stripe.
Yeah, I just want to make sure there's room for both a golf cart and then a separate, same strip of asphalt, but separate for pedestrian, bike, however that is.
I don't see a problem with that.
So I think the petitioner, okay. So petitioner will speak now.
Hello, I'm Harriet Scales, and I live at 12379 Southeast Sunset Harbor Road in Weirsdale. Good evening, Mayor Penderson and the City Commissioners, City staff, and fellow citizens. I'm Harriet Scales, and I'm here representing the Scales family and our property, the Bar Key. The Scales purchased the Bar Key in order to raise citrus, which we did for many years, and we had a packing house and we shipped citrus. Unfortunately, after multiple freezes back to back, and then, as you know, there's canker and greening of citrus trees. The citrus industry is not a viable industry anymore. So the Scales family decided that they would consider putting it up for sale when we were approached by many developers. We did our research, and we decided that we would sell the property to NVR, which is the 4th largest developer in the United States. We wanted to make sure that the development would go through, it wouldn't be started and stopped, and that it would be something that everybody surrounding the property would be happy with. So we just wanted to let you know that we did our research, and we wanted to make sure that it was going to be something that would be pleasing to everyone. So Cindy Terrapini with NVR, representing NVR, will now speak to you about our property.
Thank you, Ms. Scales. We could load the PowerPoint, please. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. It's nice to be back here with you for the second time. We were here at the end of August with you and talked about this project, but we're now here for the second public hearing and hopefully your approval. As Ms. Scales indicated, the Barkey Grove site has been owned by the Scales family for decades, and they took quite a lot of investigation before they decided to sell the property to NVR. Also with me tonight are our project team. Sean Colvin with NVR is here. Tom Daly, the project's landscape architect and designer. Dwayne, Dwayne, I forgot you. Our project engineer is here. Booth. And John Miklos with Biotech Consultants, of project's environmentalist. As Ms. Scales mentioned, Ryan Homes was founded in 1948. It is now the 4th largest builder in the United States. It's operating in 14 states. And the reason this is important, not just to the Scales family, but to the city of Leesburg, is that this company is financially capable of developing a community of this size and not leaving you hanging with parts of it undone. So that is the main reason that they selected NVR, and that we hope you will select NVR as well. Before I get into the details on the project, I want to let you know that as you all suggested to us when we were here in August, we did meet with the neighbors. The meeting was organized by Deborah Shelley, who shared the names of other residents who wanted to meet. And we met on October 5th in a virtual meeting with all of the NVR team and these residents. At the neighborhood meeting, Tom Daly, again our landscape architect, presented the project, walked through the entire project and the concept plan with the neighbors, explained the different components, and then we opened the floor to residents for comments and questions. We did prepare a summary of this meeting, listing the residents' questions or comments and our responses. We provided that to the city, and I have copies if you all would like to see that. We also provided that summary to the residents who attended the meeting. Based on that neighborhood meeting, we are proposing to make substantive changes to the buffer along Dewey Robbins Road along our north property line. And I'll talk about the details of the buffer improvements in just a few minutes. But we do appreciate the opportunity to meet with the residents, and we hope that the residents view the revised buffer as an improvement to the development. Just a quick reference to the site. Again, we have frontage on US 27. Our only other road frontage is on Dewey Robbins Road along the north. The site is 717 acres. And just to this, you can see it just on the edge of the bottom of this map. We are anchored by the Florida Turnpike at the southern edge of the property. This area of South Leesburg, as you well know from the conversation earlier tonight, is urbanizing with residential development and mixed-use projects due to the excellent transportation network, the availability of utilities, and the new hospital in the vicinity. The site, Barkey site, is located within the City of Leesburg's service area as confirmed in the ISBA. And we are also adjacent on 2 sides for annexation, so we meet that requirement as well. Of the 717-acre site, about 74% is uplands. As you might imagine in Central Florida, we do have wetlands on this site of about 186 acres. We do not intend for any major impacts to those wetlands, but there will be minor impacts for road construction. We're requesting 3 applications tonight. Of the 3 cases, the voluntary annexation, the plan amendment, as the staff has mentioned, with requesting the estate residential plan category, and then rezoning to the PUD district with a master plan and conditions. And we'll talk about those in a few seconds. The estate residential plan category is appropriate for this site. The sort of light green color that you see are other projects in the vicinity that are designated with that same category. Hodges to the north, Lake Code to our west, and the Anthony project, which you were just discussing, no action's been taken yet, but that project to the east of us is also requesting the estate residential plan category. Along the turnpike, the Leiden-Nicholson project is designated with the higher plan categories you might expect with their frontage on US 27. They have low density residential at 8 units an acre and general commercial. The staff report in our application has identified a variety of different comp plan policies with which we're consistent. Just to highlight a few that are on the screen. And the most important thing, I think, to all the residents and certainly to you as a city commission is the PUD master plan. And the importance of this PUD master plan, it's a what you see is what you get. We are not allowed to deviate from this master plan without another approval by you. So we are committed to this, and you all have that assurance and that insurance that nothing can change in the project unless it came back through the public hearing system. We did meet with your staff on several occasions. We listened to their comments, and we revised the plan in response to their comments. This is a mixed-use community. This is not a subdivision. This is a mixed-use community. I'd like to talk about some of the features in that community. We have 3 different styles of development: single-family detached homes, villas, and townhouses, and we have 2 different sizes of lots in the single-family detached. All the residential areas are organized into villages. Those are the blocks of color that you see on this master plan. The light yellow is the 45-foot lots. The medium orange is 50-foot lots, and then the darker color, the darkest of all, is the villas and townhouses. As the staff had requested, the project will be developed in phases, 3 phases. The first phase is the western portion. That includes hopefully the commercial site, and important to note that in every single phase, all 3 types of residential development are included. There's 585 homes within this development. All the stormwater management required for each phase, all the roads, and the loop road for that phase will be built with each phase. Phase 2 is about 560 units. This is the northern section along Dewey Robbins Road. Again, all 3 residential types are within that community, and the pocket parks, the stormwater, and all the road system. Last phase, phase 3, is the eastern and southern portion with 555 units. Again, same concept. All of the stormwater, roads, and all the infrastructure for each phase will be built with that phase. I'd like to show you a few of the elevations that NVR proposes to build. They've submitted 11 different elevations, and so you're not seeing all of them tonight, but a good mix of those. As you can see in the 45-foot lot, they have both 1- and 2-story homes. They range in size from 1,500 square feet to 2,400 square feet. Again, the single-family detached home at a 50-foot lot, again, 1- and 2-story homes. They range in size from 1,550 to almost 2,800 square feet. And the last style of home is the paired villas on the top, which is 2 units in a building, and the townhouses in the bottom right, which is a maximum of 6 homes in each building. Well, we had a lot of discussion with the staff about parking specifically for the townhomes and in the 45-foot lots, the smaller lots. And so our landscape architect came up with a really ingenious idea to add on-street parking that would be marked and noted as on-street parking. So in addition to the parking spaces in the garage and in the driveway of each home, there would also be 14 spaces. Those are indicated in the little green dots on the local streets, so that there'll be overflow parking. Someone has a party, or someone comes over to do their homework together, or whatever it might be, there's additional parking available. And this is included on the master plan, so we'll be bound by that. Just want to talk for a minute about the entrance road. There was some mention earlier by the city manager about our entrance road aligning with Bridges Road, and that is exactly what we propose. We do have a conceptual agreement from Leiden Nicholson to sell us a little piece of property on their southern edge, our northern edge, so that our entrance road can align directly with Bridges Road. And that entrance road would serve the commercial area, as you can see, and also would extend further east for all the residential area. The commercial site is 26.5 acres. It's large enough to handle a grocery-anchored shopping center and some out parcels. It, of course, would be self-sufficient in terms of parking, stormwater, and landscaping, and have entrances on 27 as well as an entrance on the main primary entrance road. And a really nice feature that we've included on this project is a institutional or school site. It's 20 acres. It's on the southern edge of the property. It does have its own access via a separate road. And so the idea is that this could be a public school, private school, charter school, any of those opportunities, or if it were, for some reason, it could also be used for a church, a synagogue, or open spaces. And this would be is available for access, separate access on Best Orchid Lane. Another really important feature of our site that emphasizes the connectivity that you all were speaking about earlier, the orange line that you see is our interior loop road. What it does is it allows all the residents to be able to come through the project and go access the commercial areas without having to go out on 27 or Dewey Robbins Road. So, for example, if you're at home on a Saturday, you wanted to go out to dinner, you need to go to the grocery store, you can access through the loop road and achieve your destination to the commercial site. Also on the interior loop road is our multi-use trail. It's a 12-foot trail. We would certainly accommodate the commissioner's request to have a line dividing it so that it was obvious for pedestrians, bikers on one side, and golf carts on another. It is 12 feet wide, so we believe it could accommodate that. And again, that loop road goes throughout the entire project. It connects from a main entrance on 27 and Dewey Robbins Road in every single village. Your comprehensive plan transportation element requires a second access should there be more than 100 units. Clearly, we have more than 100 units, and our proposed second access is on the only road that we front on, only the second road that we front on, which is Dewey Robbins Road. It would be a boulevard-style entrance with the entrance feature and landscaping through that median. As I mentioned earlier, we did meet with the neighbors, and we are proposing the following improvements to that buffer along Dewey Robbins Road. We feel that this would be an improvement to the minimal standards that are in the code and in our PUD conditions, and we are proposing the following. We propose to increase the canopy tree requirement from a 2-inch caliper to a 3-inch caliper. We propose to, on the ornamental trees in the PUD conditions today as drafted, they are optional, not required. We're proposing that they be a required tree within the buffer. We are also committing that all trees planted in the buffer would be native trees. That's not addressed in our conditions today, but we would commit to that. And then finally, I think this is probably going to be the most effective part of that buffer, is we would have an earthen berm along that frontage with an average height of 3 feet. So what that does is you build up an area for additional sound buffering, noise buffering, landscaping, view buffering, in addition to the landscaping that would be placed within that buffer. I do have copies of that condition that we'd like to have revised. It's condition 9I, and we'll just pass that to the. Just want to be sure if you do decide to include it, which we hope you do, that you have the exact language that we would request. This project has a community amenity center with a clubhouse and other recreational activities of 5 acres. It'll be built in the first phase. It's a 5-acre parcel, and it's right on Mulehead Lake. In addition to the large amenity center that will serve the entire project, every single residential village will have a pocket park, and those are the green stars that you see on this exhibit. So this would be a little pocket park, a neighborhood park that you can walk to easily from your home and have some outdoor activity with your children. As Ms. Scales described to you earlier, the Bar Key site is no longer viable for citrus and hasn't been for some time due to the changes in the citrus industry and all of the bugs and other activity, the unfortunate activity that is happening. The Scales family selected MVR as the most competent developer to build this community so that the Scales family, would also be proud of this project. The PUD has been designed to create a vibrant, active new community with a variety of housing styles to attract a variety of residents. The interior loop road that we talked about and the multi-use trail provide easy access between the villages and to the shopping center without going out onto the local roads, the external roads. Recreation facilities will be created on site for the neighbors that live in this area, with the Lakefront Amenity Center, pocket parks within every village, and the multi-use path that traverses the entire development. The city has confirmed there is capacity to serve Bar Key with public utilities, and the services are available or can be extended to the site, and we look forward to working with the city on that exact methodology for that. The Bar Key PUD exceeds the maximum amount of all requirements, including it exceeds the open space. We exceed the amount of recreation areas. We are protecting all the wetlands on site except for minor impacts due to roads. and we will certainly comply with all the city's engineering requirements and especially stormwater management requirements. We do agree with Mr. Miller's revisions to the two changes we talked about earlier tonight to 4D2 and 12I. And we request your consideration of those improvements to the buffer, which is condition 12. It's condition 9I, the revised buffer conditions. If our key PUD has met or exceeded all the city's requirements, we believe it's a great project and will be a great addition to your community, and we appreciate your time and attention this evening. I'll stop now and be happy to answer any of your questions, or if you have any for our team of experts, they are also available. Thank you very much.
Okay, no, thank you.
I have a couple. On your institutional, how do you say you access that piece of property?
It's called Best Orchid Lane.
Yeah, and I had the same question because when I pulled that up on Google Maps, it's like a kind of like a gravel type road. So would you guys be improving that road out to 27?
We would not be improved. We don't have access to 27. This is the
Best Orchid
detail.
Doesn't go to 27. Yeah, it does. Best Orchid roll. Yeah, okay. Right. So if we put a fire station there, that's how they'd have to get out. But the current road conditions.
We're not planning to develop that road, no, sir.
Okay.
It would be whoever would use the property would, just like in any phase of the project, the developer would build that phase of it. We wouldn't be. We as MVR are not developing this particular project, this particular section of the property.
Mm-hmm.
So are you giving this property to the city, or?
We would talk to you guys if you all were interested. We have offered it and told the school board about it as a possibility because we know that they're interested in school sites. They didn't seem interested at the time. We still are showing it on our master plan that would be the proposed use of a school site, churches,
But it would be sold, not given away.
With regard to the school board, they have several options, from what I understand, if they did become interested, to whether you get impact fee credits or there's some sort of an agreement. With regard to the city, we hadn't really contemplated that, but if it's something that you guys are interested with regard to some of it for the fire station, I'm sure my client would be happy to talk to you guys about it.
Okay. And as far as the intersection at Dewey Robbins, is there any preliminary designs on what you would do with that intersection coming from the subdivision onto Dewey Robbins? Traffic control devices, decel lanes.
I'm trying to get to that. Actually, I'll go to the main overall master plan. Here we go. We are well aware that we need to have all that driveway approved by Lake County. We've submitted a methodology proposal to them. We don't have final comments from them on that, so we don't know exactly what would be required with regard to traffic. But if the county says that we need a decel lane, then we will certainly do a decel lane. It's really, I'm not trying to be vague. We just don't know yet from the county what that study is going to require.
What price per acre did you give the school board?
We didn't get that far in the conversation. We showed it to them. We gave them the master plan showing them where the site was and asked them if they were interested, and they basically said, no, thank you. So we're still open to it. Like I said, we're still showing it on the master plan that it's a school site. They did explain to me, even though they weren't particularly interested, they did say that they have various methods to work things out with a developer, whether they purchase the site outright, whether they give impact fee credits, or they have a variety of methods, but they didn't seem interested at the time. It's been a few months. Like I said, we didn't go back and then change the site to residential because we still think it's a school site, and this county may want it at some time, or perhaps a charter school or private school. But we're leaving it on the master plan for that reason.
Okay. Well, to me, it looks like a fire station, but
it's a fairly large site. It is 20 acres.
Is it a right of way or an easement that goes to it?
Best Orchid Lane?
Yes.
I haven't seen a survey of it, so I wouldn't want to say for sure.
I don't know.
Regardless
of whether it's one or the other, know how wide it is?
I do not, but I can ask the engineer.
And
if he has
it comes out on 27?
Yeah.
It's like a
It comes out to 27, and then it also goes back east to, I forget the name of the road further. It goes, kind of winds around to the east. Is Brett here? Dwayne, Dwayne, do you happen to know the width of that road, West Orchid Lane, down by the school site at the very bottom of the property?
There's no right-of-way there currently. It's just a private, non-county maintained road.
Who's it belong to?
It just crosses individual property, so there's prescriptive rights, you know, because people have been driving it for so long.
Sure.
That resident, that business is down there to the southeast.
Yeah, the adjacent parcels owned by a Patriot Business Park LLC. I don't know who they are, but I'm assuming their plan is to develop a business park there, given the name. West. Right. That's in between kind of the parcel and 27. So I can't imagine that they would object to, the road, because they're going to need access as well.
I'm sorry, for the record, I'm Dwayne Booth with Half Associates, project engineer.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, Commission? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And could I, if there's any questions or comments from the audience, would I have an opportunity for rebuttal later?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so this time we will open up the floor to public comments. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. We've got a rather large crowd, so we're going to break in our newest toy here. This thing will be green for 2.5 minutes. It will go yellow, which is basically 30 seconds, and then when red, you need to wrap up by within 3 minutes. So, just a tool to help keep the meeting moving along. If you have comments, please come forward. We just need your name and address. Yeah, please come forward.
Good evening, Deborah Shelley, East Dewey Robbins Road, Howie in the Hills. Citizens for the Preservation of Rural. I'm here on behalf of the residents who live in the Ilaha Lake Apopka Rural Protection Area. We have over 80 families in our group. We are all on large lots, 5, 10, 20 acres or more. We have some families on 40 acres or more, and everyone, of course, is interested in rural lifestyle. We have many families with horses, timber. We have some small businesses and some small orange groves as well. Appreciate the applicant meeting with us and making some concessions with the buffer. We understand the desire of the city of Leesburg to grow the city limits along the Highway 27 corridor, but we ask that as you have projects that go farther east into the rural protection area, that you consider the rural protection area and the residents who live there. We ask that you recognize the nature of the rural protection area, the environmental value that the rural landscape provides, and also in terms of open space, water recharge, and wildlife habitat. We've submitted several letters over the past few months detailing the Leesburg comprehensive plan policies that you could consider if you wanted to, policies dealing with the rural protection area. There's only a small area of this project that is in the rural protection area. And we asked the applicant if they would remove the townhomes from the rural protection area and reduce the density in the rural protection area. So that's one of our main concerns. We'd really like to see a reduced density in the rural protection area. We did ask for wider buffers. It's my understanding that the buffer is still 25 feet. It would be nice if the project would have wider buffers so that at least it would appear to be more compatible with the surrounding landscape. The County Commission submitted a letter last week that mentioned to the city that mentioned concerns about density and intensity of development in this primarily rural area. They mentioned concerns about transportation safety concerns. One of the concerns of the residents also if the proposal before you and also other proposals in the area, we're going to have over 5,000 homes with access to Highway 27 in the Dewey Robbins Road area. So please consider the cumulative effects of this type of development in this area. Please consider the comprehensive plan policies for the rural protection area. Consider additional buffers, and please require that the townhomes be removed from the rural protection area. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Any other public comments yet? Please come forward. And I just need your name and address. Oh, she was up. She was up.
Hi, my name is Alexis Swirsky. I live on 10550 Holloway Drive in Leesburg. And I just had two questions about this development. It said, I was not clear at the end of her presentation, how many egress and ingress locations do they have for 1,700 homes?
2 is my understanding.
2, okay. I'm in a development that has inadequate egress and ingress, so I'm considering those poor people trying to get in and out of that development. The other question I had was, what was the anticipated range and cost of these homes? Is there a estimate on that?
I'm looking to the developer. I'm not sure. Dan, could you answer that?
You must be looking at some type.
Cindy has the information.
You're talking about
Ms. Terrapini has the information.
Okay.
It's going to range. It's going to be hard to do that. Market prices, which you can see. But
I think it's really.
Well, that would be today's pricing. What we would anticipate.
No.
Well, that would be somewhere between high 200s to possibly $400,000.
And keep in mind, we all know how the changes are happening in the market with regard to building supplies. So
right.
That's just a very generalized number.
Okay.
Terry Blessing, 24913 Blue Sink Road. So this development, the problem that I'm struggling with is the fact that you had Whispering Hills traffic consultants stand in front of you, and they worked very hard with the residents, and they told you that one of the reasons that they moved their entrances to number 2 or to US 27 was because Dewey Robbins Road and number 2 Road could not handle this volume of homes. And yet we stand here tonight and we're back in the same boat. I am asking you guys to please table this and do not vote. We've got to fix the traffic in this area and come together with the commissioners, the Lake County commissioners, with facilities, and figure out the traffic. It is really bad. I hate to see another thing that happened on Micro Racetrack Road. That's what's happening. People are going to come out of this development. They are going to go east. They're not all going to go west to Bridges and cross on 27. Anybody that's trying to get into the north end of Lake County, they're going to go east. They're going to take a right and go. They're going to take a left on Turkey Lake. They're going to take a right on number 2 Road. Or they may just travel all the way down Dewey Robbins Road to 19, which is almost worse than number 2 Road, which is already bad. So at the end of the day, I really hope that you guys will look at this group as a whole. I really would love for y'all to sit down with the developers, as you mentioned in the very beginning of this meeting, about coming together with the whole traffic before you vote for another annexation, and it makes the area worse. The townhomes, we did ask for them to be moved. They did not get moved. All we got was a buffer. I was part of that meeting. I don't know if everybody is looking at the same research, but I am telling you there are people wanting half-acre and 1-acre lots, and I cannot for the life of me understand why these larger developments, like Whispering Hills is doing, and fanning out the development around the agricultural residents that are already there. There just needs to be transition, and I just feel totally failed that it's just being ignored. And the comprehensive plan does call for transitional space, and there just isn't any. Thank you very much.
Any other public comments? Okay. Just need your name and address.
Charles Weitzel, CPA, 7150 Treasure Island Road, Leesburg.
I'm a new resident here in this wonderful community, but I'm appalled at the high density that I'm hearing for these subdivisions. It is going to adversely affect the whole community. Please vote against this. Any other public comments? Any additional comments from the commission? Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
If there's no other public comments, I just have just a moment for rebuttal. And it might be helpful, like if I could put the master plan back up. Great. So that, thank you.
While they're figuring that out.
There it is.
Okay, got it.
There it is. Sorry about that. So I wanted to address a couple things. First of all, the site is in the county today. If you annex it, it will be in the city, obviously. It will not be in the rural protection area. So that's number one. Number two, there are two very small areas of this site that are in the county's rural protection area. They're on the far east side. The neighbors did ask us to move. I believe what they were talking about is this, the orange area in the top right, which is the townhouses and villa areas, and move those to some other area of the project. Well, there's several concerns about that. Number one, if you can look at it in that northeast corner, it's immediately adjacent to the Anthony project, which is proposed to be developed with 50-foot lots. So it's already at a similar residential size and scale as the project. Now, I'm not assuming that, presupposing that you're going to approve, Anthony. I'm just telling you, if that project is approved, that would be the development immediately next to it. Number two, we really carefully calibrated the phases of the project so that every project has a relatively equal, not exact, but a relatively equal, similar number of styles within each project. That's so we can have all of those styles available when residents come to purchase a property. So it sounds easy, we'll just move it and flip it over somewhere else. It's really not that simple to do that. There's really no place to move it. As you can see, we only have 3 townhouse areas. One is down by the commercial area, one's on the west side, and then one is on the east side. And the other thing I would note is the eastern edge of that townhouse area is going to have stormwater management along there, which will also help to buffer. But does that really matter when you have a project that's 2.5 units an acre? The overall density on the project is 2.5 units an acre. It is not high density by any stretch of the imagination, and quite frankly, this project at 2.5 units an acre is less dense than your existing Leesburg communities. The traditional neighborhoods around downtown are usually in the 4.5, 5.5 units an acre, just because of the size of the lots and how they were developed. And I'm not saying one is good and one is bad. I'm just saying in your city, you want a mix of those land uses. We asked for a plan category that allowed 4 units an acre. We're developing at 2.5, and we are absolutely committed to that through this master plan should you approve it. We cannot add units. We cannot change the plan. We cannot take out the loop road, for example. We cannot change any of those major components without your approval coming back to you should you approve it. And again, the last thing I would say, there's been a lot of conversation about Dewey Robbins Road. Dewey Robbins Road is a public road. It's a county road. We understand that. We've already submitted a traffic methodology to the county to work through that traffic improvements that we would be required to make, just like any other developer on Dewey Robbins Road would have to do. And Dewey Robbins Road is our secondary access. People coming home, they're going to come in on 27. They're going to go through the commercial and get their dinner or pick up something for dinner and then go on home to wherever they live within the community. But Dewey Robbins is there for secondary access, and then there will be, as I understand from another developer is working already and may already be committed. I'm not sure if he's absolutely committed, but is most likely to be the builder and installer of a traffic light at Dewey Robbins Road in 27. So as those developments hit those requirements to make improvements to the county roads, they will do so, and we will do the same, just as the other developers are required to do. Thank Thank you so much, and I'll be happy to answer your questions.
Okay, I think we're good. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I'll make a motion to amend the landscaping and buffering conditions in 9.1 or I, I'm not sure which one that is, as presented by the developer and distributed to the commission.
Now, by the way, this would be number 5.
Oh,
we're discussing
sorry.
all 3. We're discussing all 3. You're fine.
Okay, well, my motion is to amend number 5. Thank you. Just didn't want to forget that.
Could I request to add to the motion under 4D1 the gutter language and under 12I the golf cart path language?
I'd like to add that language to my amendment.
And just for clarification, we're on item 4, correct?
Yeah, so I need to make that. Sorry, I need to amend that one to 5.
Yeah. I think just
Sorry, be clear.
to avoid any confusion, we'll not jump ahead. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you actually have to be on 6.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments from the commission? Okay. If none, roll call on 6A4.
Commissioner Berry?
Yes.
Commissioner Roebuck?
Yes.
Commissioner Connell?
Yes.
Mayor Peterson?
Yes. Someone please, okay, I need a motion to approve 6A5.
Move to approve.
Second.
Comments from the commission? Dan, do you have any comments?
No, sir.
Does the petitioner or developer have any more comments?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Public comments? Okay, if none, roll call on 6A5.
Commissioner Roebuck?
Yes.
Commissioner Connell?
Yes.
Commissioner Berry?
Yes.
Mayor Peterson?
Yes. Now I need a motion to approve 6A6.
Move to approve.
Second.
Make a motion to amend the landscaping and buffering conditions in 9I and also amend the gutter requirements as presented by staff.
And the golf cart.
And to delineate the golf cart and pedestrian traffic on the pedestrian golf cart trail.
Okay. Comments, commissioners?
Second.
Oh, I thought we had a second on that.
I'll second
that.
Okay, sorry about that.
Thank you. Second.
Public comments? Okay. So roll call on the amendment.
Commissioner Connell?
Yes.
Commissioner Berry?
Yes.
Commissioner Roebuck?
Yes.
Mayor Peterson?
Yes. Now I need a motion on the original ordinance.
For approval.
We already have.
6A, hang on, 6A6. I just need a second.
Wait a second.
Oh, wait a second.
Oh, wait.
No, this is on the original. So we approved the amendment, so this is just the original
Yeah,
ordinance.
so we don't need to.
Got a second, so roll call.
Commissioner Berry?
Yes.
Commissioner Roebuck?
Yes.
Commissioner Connell?
Yes.
Mayor Peterson?
Yes. Will someone please introduce 6A7?
Introduce us. Oh, is this just one?
Oh, wait a second. I'm sorry.
Wait.
Would someone please introduce 6A7, 8, and 9? We'll read all 3, and we'll come back and vote on them individually. Sorry about
I'll
that.
introduce 7, 8, 9, and ask they be read by title only.
6A7, an ordinance of the City of Leesburg, Florida, annexing certain real property consisting of approximately 55 plus minus acres, being generally located west of County Road 44 and south of East Treasure Island Avenue, lying in Section 1, Township 19 South, Range 25 East, Lake County, Florida, provided that said property so annexed shall be liable for its proportionate share of the existing and future indebtedness of said city, provided that such annexed property shall be subject to all laws and ordinances of said city, as if all such territory had been a part of the City of Leesburg at the time of passage and approval of said laws and ordinances, providing that such annexed territory shall be placed in City Commission District 1 and providing an effective date. 6.8A. A8. An ordinance amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan of the City of Leesburg, changing the future land use map designation of certain property containing 55 plus minus acres from Lake County Rural Transition to City of Leesburg Estate Residential for property generally located west of County Road 44 and south of East Treasure Island Avenue, lying in Section 1, Township 19 South, Range 25 East, Lake County, Florida, and providing an effective date. 6A9, an ordinance of the City of Leesburg, Florida, changing the zoning on approximately 55 plus minus acres from Lake County A agricultural to City of Leesburg PUD planned unit development to allow a single-family residential subdivision for property generally located west of County Road 44 and east or south of East Treasure Island Avenue, lying in Section 1, Township 19 South, Range 25 East, Lake County, Florida, and providing an effective date.
So I need a motion to approve 6A7.
Move to approve.
Second.
Second. And I'll turn to Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the Treasure Trove project by background annexation of 55 plus or minus acres with a future land use amendment of moving from Lake County Rural Transition to City of Leesburg Estate Residential. The zoning is currently Lake County A Agriculture, and they're requesting to go to City of Leesburg Planned Unit Development. The property is generally located west of County Road 44 and east of Treasure Island Avenue. The proposal is for 155 units with lots in 50 and 60-foot widths at 2.8 units per acre. Again, the general PUD standards, 35% open space, single-family uses only, design standards for all homes, dark sky lighting, gutters on the houses smaller than 60 feet wide, landscape and buffers 25 feet around the entire property, trees in each yard, wetlands protection, irrigation controls for the use of Bermuda Bahara zoysia. Recreational area is required. And I believe there's a site plan in the PowerPoint and some facades of the homes. And Mr. Jerome Hennon is here to answer any questions you may have.
I know we talked about changing the so that all the primary access was off of Highway 44, and then East Treasure Trove or whatever the road is, Treasure Island Road, would be like gated emergency access only. Was that incorporated?
We can. I believe it was. I've got to go back and look, but we will incorporate it. I will double check to be sure that it is, because the intent in the original PUD was for that to be emergency only.
Because it's not real clear on the.
If it's not clear, we can make it
on
clear.
there. So
okay.
At least I didn't think so.
Yes, petitioner, have any comments? Okay.
Well, I just want to present myself, Jerome Henning from the Henning Group. I do have my engineer here, civil design engineering with me. I also have my traffic consultant, TMC, here as well. We do use Ray Consulting as well for the environmental. So if you have any question, I'm here to answer them. And I want to notify that effectively we had some discussions to make sure that this is considered an emergency access. We discussed about the traffic. It was 11 cars impact per day. We also discussed additional buffers and so forth. But I'm here to answer any question.
Okay.
Yeah, I had a question. I was looking at the minutes from the last meeting and on this issue, and the issue of the wetlands came up, and you said that you have 13.8 acres that you will not touch, and there's 0.83 acres that will be removed. When I look at your actual diagram in the PUD, there's another 1.78 acres that you're removing.
Yes. So I wanted to add to my previous comments that we did organize a neighborhood meeting about 3 weeks ago. We had about 35 to 40 individuals, neighbors, and we went through different comments related to impact on the wetlands, traffic, accesses. As far as the total site, we have 55 acres. We are impacting two locations. One is 0.83 acres and one is 1.78 acres. So it's total 261. I have a comment on the 1.78 because this is just the beginning of a very long process as far as the wetland, the impact, and so forth. And the 1.78 acres is not 100% sure yet because we have to make determination about the geotech revision, the muck, and all those things to make sure that it's actually it's positive to remove. When I say positive, this is it worth removing in comparing to the impact and what type of impact, if any, we do this. So the engineer can explain this further on, but during the process, especially with St. John's Water, the geotechs and so forth, we'll make the determination at some point and related to the results, this is going to be impacted or not. So we preserve actually 13.8 acres of the wetlands.
Also, the 0.83 acres that you're going to impact in the corner, what happens to the neighbor's property when you impact that?
So I'm going to let the engineer, but generally speaking, when we do have this situation, which is like for any other development, we are responsible for every bit of water that we receive on our site. And we are responsible to not create any impact out of our site. So therefore, which means that everything we have going into the site and everything that we create in addition to what is today's impact is going to be is incorporated in the calculations. So we need to collect, we need to treat, and filter this water. We cannot create impacts out of our site. Otherwise, we would not be permitted through the engineering and environmental process.
So if you close off the access to Treasure Island as emergency only, you're only going to have one entrance and exit into the subdivision?
So we have a main entrance with all the traffic requirements, the axis, the deceleration lane, left and right turn accordingly. Some discussions, I mean, we are very preliminary, of course, and this discussion will be handled with Lake County at some point about the additional buffer. We procure an additional 17 feet additional buffer. We may have to give additional buffers as required by the county. As far as the traffic, engineering, we had a full traffic study given to the county, I believe, in May or June, and we had no comments about it at that time. We did have further discussion with the county, but the day we are going to be hopefully able to start the permitting process, obviously we would have to go through their requirements and go in details, such as poles and things like that. At that stage, basically, we're not. The discussion was also about the Treasure Island impact. So it's an emergency access that would be closed. Maybe additional requirement. Maybe we don't pave it. We do pave it. That's going to be the city and county decisions about how we make the determination.
Are you? I mean, has there been any discussion on a traffic light or anything like that?
So the traffic light, yes, the traffic lights obviously is not warranted. I understood the discussion when we... Well, what I know is that the neighbors are complaining as every corner that the waiting time right now average, according to the studies in county, is 22 seconds. The traffic light would increase substantially this, but it's actually not warranted based on all the studies. Even the impact, the crash impact has been looked at within the last 7 years. There is one impact. So bottom line, when we talk about traffic, it's based on the studies, it's based on the the existing number, and then the impact that the subdivision will create. What has been discussed, though, and that will be incorporated at some point, is the improvement of the connection between Treasure Island and 44, where we can create a better vision. And we even discussed, but it's very preliminary because these are details and design, where we may be losing a lot, actually, create more buffer and create a 90 angle. So there is a better view, and follow some additional requirements. So there are going to be discussions, there are going to be requirements, and we have a space to do this. I will accommodate. When I say I will, it's part of the process. We will accommodate what needs to be done. That traffic impact is not warranted for 11 additional, and especially for an emergency, and probably not what the neighbors want, because we believe, or according to what we heard from the traffic consultant, it would not probably help at all, actually, the access and ongoing thing. But the fact to improve the angle visibility, also we would curb. I mean, there's a lot of improvement that come from that subdivision. And that will contribute to improving, in general, the traffic. Same thing with 44. We're creating additional buffers that the county is not ready yet to use, but down the years they are going to be having access to. So I believe that this is a very positive impact to the general area as far as traffic.
So I'm a little confused. I thought we said East Treasure Island was only going to be emergency, but you're going to improve the access on East Treasure Island where it meets 44?
This is part of the primary discussions we have. We are willing, obviously, to do what's best. I mean, it's all along our site. So what I'm already committed to is to improve and give the access and the space necessary during the design of these roads so the angles are improved. So yes, it's going to contribute to improving the connectivity to 44. Right now, there is a I don't want to go into the details because we're far from that, but we understood that there is a preference for creating a 90 angle visibility. And when we first looked at that, and that's going to be part of a negotiation and discussion during the permitting process, if we remove a portion of this corner, we can create a better connectivity and better space so the angle is there. Along our property, we're doing the improvements necessary to this, and I know that we are in our design, some curbing to do and so forth. And we also put additional right-of-way. But all this is part of what the county will require for us to do.
Commissioner Burry, are you okay on the wetlands question, or do you want their engineer to speak to that?
Yeah. I'm just curious, one time we said it was one thing, now it's something else. And, me personally, I don't like to see the wetlands. How does this mitigation work for this? Is there if they bury this dam, do they have to provide some wetlands somewhere else? Is that the...
I can have our civil engineer.
The best person.
Okay.
I'm not an environmentalist. My name is Gary Beverly with Civil Design Solutions. Not an environmentalist, but normally how this happens through the district is that they would come out, assess the wetlands as far as the classification and so forth, and then based on that classification, then it gets awarded a scale factor, and if the wetland is impacted, then off-site mitigation would have to take place. Essentially, they would buy wetlands at a bank, wetland bank, right. And then it's mitigated for. And that's the normal process with the district.
Yeah.
Well, it's also obviously accounted for in the calculations of the stormwater and treatments and storage, obviously. So this is a very long process, which is done for every single project. Basically, impact is done. And when I talk personally about a very simple matter, the points given to those different impacts actually are extremely prohibitive. So, which means that definitely today, when you impact wetland, it's because it's extremely minor. Because to impact at one point at $150,000 average, you really need to make sure that there's a good reason for it. So, when it comes to these classification, we don't even touch and impact wetlands when they are significant and of value. Those times are a long time finished. So a determination by St. John's Water Management District anyway. So.
And I'm not trying to put words in Commissioner Burry's mouth, but I think if I understand his question, he's troubled by the wetlands area that's common to your development and an adjoining property owner. I think that's what.
That's the second question.
Okay.
Yeah. What happens to that water? What happens to that person's property? You know, if you take 25% of a pond and fill it in, then all the water's got to go somewhere. So where does it go?
In our stormwater system, we have to, in our calculations for the stormwater system that's on site, we have to mitigate for any compensating storage that we are impacting. So if you fill an area, you have to make sure that you have enough storage in your pond for that. Plus our stormwater ponds, the calculations for it is for the normal storms that the site will actually see, so the stormwater pond can treat that water in a detention system.
So basically, the calculation always take under consideration what is existing, and we add the impact we create by actually building the subdivision. This is the case for, every other project, and that's part of the process controlled and permitted by St. John's Water Management District. They would not let us do something that we cannot compensate or that we cannot create an impact to adjacent properties.
So, I have a wetlands question for Dan, more from the city, because so I understand the retention, the mitigation part, and I think that certainly done well, there should be less flooding on adjacent properties, because right now there's nothing to catch the water other than this little bit of wetlands. But we've also seen issues in the city where it's been done poorly, and we're not St. John's, so we don't get to say build a retention pond this way or that way or this size. That's St. John's. But we did run into an issue, and I can't remember the development. It was one of the retirement developments on 27, where they didn't build some of the retention. It was a berm.
That was Arlington Ridge.
Was it Arlington?
Yes.
And they didn't build a berm or something to spec. Our city staff didn't. The argument was that
they created the berm after we approved the development.
Yeah, and we didn't do a good job. Maybe inspecting was one of the arguments, and why we ended up paying for it. And so my question is, St. John's says you got to build this way. At what point does the city, where do we have authority to sign off on, like, yes, this was built to the standards that St. John's, or do we have that authority?
The engineer has to submit all of the calculations to the city, and the city then sends it to St. John's, to DEP, to the different state organizations, and they actually review it. If you are going to impact, this is a statement in general of all developments, if you want to fill 1 acre of wetlands, just using 1 acre as an example, it's extremely expensive, number one, and number two, the St. John's will generally make you create, either on-site or off-site, at least 1 new and up to 10 new acres of wetlands if you want to fill in 1. So if you want to fill in 2, it could be 2 to 20, and it continues to go up and up and up. The engineering has to be designed on all these developments so that a tablespoon of water, a teaspoon of water goes on the property from rain or whatever, then you have to maintain that. A teaspoon, a gallon, millions of gallons, whatever it is. It has to stay on your property and cannot impact the neighboring properties. Thus, if there is a wetland that crosses the boundary line of 2 properties, they cannot impact that wetland in a negative way, and there has to be enough what's called compensatory storage. And I'm not an engineer, but compensatory storage is basically retention or detention ponds. and it has to meet engineering standards, which, if I remember correctly, something like 24, 48, 72-hour rain events, and that gives you up to a certain level of storm. And generally, if this is done correctly, if it is done correctly, there's no impact on the adjacent properties, and often it becomes better for the adjacent property. You don't know until you build it, but if it's not built correctly, the engineer then has to go back at his own cost and fix it.
Do we have any on the construction side, right? Like, so not the state says how you build it, they build it. Do we ever sign off on the construction of the ponds at the city level, or is that just solely at the at St. John's?
We sign off on the site plan as a general in a PUD, and then we have a specific site plan saying here's how it's going to be built. The specifics of how deep, how wide, and those calculations, those get signed off by the engineer, and they go to the state agencies, and that's where they're signed off on.
The state is the one who actually approves the construction.
The state
and did they build it the way that they said they were going to build it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just want to make sure that I understand.
Allow me something. The point you just made is happening many times, because even if you build the storage and the ponds or any pipe that is supposed to go into a dry storage and then after to the problem is that you have to have a very strong homeowner association document that transmit every obligation of maintenance and safeguard issues, from St. John into those documents. And at some point, even if a city signs off, and the construction plans are very detailed, no matter what. But when the issue is, and I see it many times 10 years after or something like this, is that the homeowners are pretty lax sometimes, and this is very important that the homeowners' documents are being really very precisely transmitting all those obligations to the homeowners, because they can disturb, they can plant more things and so forth.
Please be respectful to the speaker at the microphone.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I was speaking to the audience.
I wanted to let you know that those questions, we heard them, we hear them in every other project, so we understand the concern of the neighbors. They are very legitimate. So all our projects we go through, and this is why we organize, and we want to listen to the neighbors. I understand it is legitimate. Myself too, I'm a neighbor somewhere. Somebody's building a house. We have impact, we have a storm, we have all these things. But what I'm asking tonight is the possibility to start the process, and one of them is being with the DEP, with St. John's, with Lake County, your construction department, and so forth, and traffic issues, wetland issues. At that level, I cannot tell you for sure that 1.78 acre. We think it is, but it's going to be finalized between the permit process, but also related to what we really find, because at some point we don't know every point. Once we go into the area, we may find some muck, we may find some clay, we may make the determination this is not a good option. Financially, it doesn't make sense, but also physically and technically speaking, it is too much of a headache to create this. It doesn't work, and with the engineer, we go around. If it's a minor impact, which is very easily incorporated into the calculations, then it works. And actually, as you said, and that's what I try to, and I understand again, it's logic. They see water, they see somebody building houses, but we actually, with the new requirements of today, we're far from what we had to do before, which means that before we had to say impact for impact, gallon per gallon and so forth. Today we have to create additional storage, and more so that we have also to treat whatever we collect, which is, it's not just recent, but it's actually a very big burden, additional storage to treat before we can release, and then after have a normal release of the water being stored. So I think, and I believe that every time we do those things, and obviously it has to be built correctly, but that's the purpose of all this long process. We improve the area. And as far as the traffic, I understand people, the same thing this morning happened to me. I see too many cars on my street, but I know that nothing will happen until additional developments will be done, will impact enough so the system will create additional improvements. But I know that we will improve actually, and give a right-of-way that do not exist today. We will improve a corner, and it's not confusing. It's just we erode, we give some land, and we have a capacity, and that's part of the design process.
So you're talking about like lot 54?
Lot 50, you better than me because I don't know exactly the number, but yes, the corner here, which is lot 54. So, we have plenty capacity to really improve all this area, and that's an obvious thing to do. If it's a requirement, but more importantly, what's the harm of doing this for us if it's improving, visibility and safety? Obviously, incorporate this. That's part of a process, give and take with the permitting agencies, and in that case, with Lake County. Same thing with Lake County. They tell us, well, we want, additional. You gave 17 feet additional. What about 10 more feet? So we have to design. They tell us, here there's a requirement about how many feet, of left lane, right lane. So we already change. I mean, we're not in that detail yet, but when there is such a question, the engineer already see, and the traffic consultant, Mr. Mohamed Abdullah here, he is saying, okay, well, if we push here, we increase by some, 100 feet more or 50 feet more. So this is part of the process we're going to do, obviously. And then we looked at this, we survey and we look, there is a pole there. Okay, what type of pole? Some are concrete, some are wood. This one is a wood with 2 lines. We've been, removing this we've dug many times. I wanted to also add that the capacity of water is there as well, utilities and all this. We bring the water from kind of far, and it's part of our improvements. We have lift stations and so forth. But again, everything that I hear is part of the mitigation process and the permitting process. And obviously, it's not that I like to make a favor. This is part of what we have to do, and there is no reason for us not to do. Same thing with the variety of homes. I mean, I put some of the houses we built. There are different sizes, different type, because I believe in diversity in developments. I'm here for, and again, I would like the neighbors, I understand the concerns that Harley, I'm not a big national, ignore those things. All my developments that I worked with the neighbors in the cities, and I know the process, it's a very long process to do and to go through, and I want to be respectful to everybody, as we always are. And that's what I'm asking tonight, the capacity to start this long-term, permitting process. I'm here, and I know there are some comments probably. I'd be happy to.
Yeah, we may bring you back up after public comments and so forth. Any more comments from?
Yeah, just.
Okay.
Talking amongst yourselves, we can't see any of it.
Page 633.
And so I just want to point this out because we had some, some comments about just before we get into public comment, we had comments about traffic lights and wetlands and all that. And these are valid concerns, but let me tell you, this body can't decide whether there's a traffic light. If we could say we want one, we don't get to pick that. The developer can't say, I'm going to put in a traffic light. The county, so you have a county commission, does a traffic study, and that determines it. That's it. We have no say, developer has no say. So that's how traffic lights work. It's not that we don't want one or do want one. We don't have any say. And same with stormwater. There are many reasons we can turn down a development because we don't like the stormwater design. That's really not one, because that's not us. That's not up to us. That's up to St. John's. We don't have any authority to say, double your ponds because that's outside of this body's permission. So I just would bring those points up.
No, thank you for that clarification, because a lot of people don't understand the traffic lights. I mean, we do not have a voice in that, and the roads. I mean, this is a county road. We don't dictate when. I'm referring to 44. So.
Both of them are county roads, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay, but I mean, we don't have authority on county roads. Is all I'm trying to say. Yeah.
I just want to add something about, if you allow me, on the treasurer. Actually, when we look at in details with the county, actually we met with them again a week ago, and it's very far from being the process. It's just we actually realized that it was not the right alignment. I mean, there's a discrepancy, a serious one, about the way the road goes. We don't. I mean, it's kind of. I'm not going to explain the legality of it, but apparently the road goes somewhere it's not supposed to be. But we also saw that on our side, the road shifted. These roads that built, along the years, And basically, so we actually, and we gave to the city on this plan, you can maybe see it, but in the northern part, we actually give all this strip of land here. So this road can finally be, at some point, having the space and being straight. So we also, on this side here, give the additional right-of-way for whatever the county will do. So it becomes a straight line rather than being something else, basically.
Now, back to County Road 44, I believe in the first reading we spoke about, or we asked questions about, that road's going to be widened eventually. Is there adequate space to widen the road right now?
So,
adequate right-of-way?
No, you're right, no. So we added 17 feet additional right-of-way in our first plan. Discussion is now, I could let the traffic engineer say, do we need it's not going to be used anytime soon, and I don't even know if the county will ever do this. But, so basically we add, and I'm not sure now, it's 17, maybe 25 feet. It's going to be the determination with the county. Today,
that's incorporated in this site plan?
Yeah. Today, in addition to what we had, because you already had, and maybe you can speak for me, and a certain right-of-way, we added actually extra right-of-way. Ultimately, one day, I don't know what's going to be used, but the space is, the right-of-way is being created.
And I'm looking at Dan Miller. I mean, it came up in the first reading. I just want to be sure that was resolved. I'm referring to the eventual widening of that road.
Lake County comes back with comments on every project, and they did ask for additional right-of-way on this one.
Okay, and you're okay with it, with the amount? Okay, thank you.
And if you have a precise question,
okay, and we may come back to you with questions, I'm sure. If nothing else, we'll now open up the floor to public comments. I'll remind you, comments are limited to 3 minutes. Just come on now. Just somebody come to the microphone.
Okay. Thank you for coming. Thank you for letting us come here today. I have a proposal. First of all, I'm very unhappy with how things are going tonight. I think the plans are extremely vague. Unlike the previous, where they had already met with the neighbors and they had worked out things. I'm sorry, but you're very condescending to us. You're insulting to one of our very fine construction people here, or contractor, I should say. And it's a 55-acre lot. They want to put 155 homes on. It's too much for this area. In that corner where they have the pond up there, that is the corner of the edge of Emerald Marsh Protection Area, so that's just adjacent to the protection zone. Lake County would like to see this kept in a rural area. What happens if they take out that pond? It's going to spill over into the neighbor's lawn because that's what's happening all summer. It's been a very wet summer, and I would like to see this tabled for another meeting until we have more firm plans like they had in the previous, where we can see exactly, instead of innuendos, oh yeah, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. I want to see what's going to exactly happen. In saying that, the neighbors and I have come up with our own idea. Oh, okay. Sorry, I get nervous. I'm a housewife. I don't get up very often. Okay, now we took, I'm glad that you were talking about fixing this and bringing this around, and we would love to have a traffic light. If we can work with Lake County, the developer, Mr. Hennon, and with Lake County, that'd be wonderful. Because this intersection's been very deadly. One of our members is going to talk about that tonight. What we have done is this is a shared wetland with the community. It's something like, I forgot what the number is, like 28 acres there. It makes up almost 20% of the whole neighborhood. The neighborhood is this East Treasure Island Road, and then County Road 44. We have lowered the amount of houses down to 67, which is more more conducive to that rural neighborhood. And we've added, a lot of trees, the bicycle lanes. And then we've added retention ponds.
30 seconds, ma'am.
Okay, that will protect our. So thank you very much, and I just wanted to please ask you to please table this until we have things more firmed up.
I just need your name and address, ma'am.
Oh, my name is Louise Chen. I'm at 88 Treasure Island Road.
Say your name again, please.
Louise Chen.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. You can keep it.
Hi there, Gary Custer, 8909 East Treasure Island. The people that are bordering that wetland they've got there, I asked the question of Mr. Hannon at the meeting, what happens if, the what if, just like you said, the what if those people get flooded? He says, sue the HOA. That was his answer. Sue the HOA. Who's developing the project? That doesn't make any sense to me. Anyway, I'm supposed to speak on traffic. This is a layout of your what you annexed, and the property's just touching 44 from 441 to Haynes Creek. There's 1,375 projected homes. If everybody has 2 cars, that means there's going to be 2,750 more cars. I've lived out here for 30 years, and the only thing that's changed is we built a whole lot of houses. The road's exactly the same as it was 30 years ago. This is the result of all of this traffic. We got that accident. We got this most recent one where a man lost his life. There were 4 cars involved, well, 3 cars and a truck involved in that. Yeah. This is the result. How many more of these you want to put up? 44 is terrible. I don't care what anybody says about the traffic. It's terrible. And that's the problem. How many more of these do you want to put up? Thank you.
Charles Weitzel, 7150 Treasure Island Road. I'm a CPA, so I'm a numbers guy. I understand what you're trying to accomplish by increasing your tax base along the US 27 corridor. I don't like the density, but if that's where you want to put the high density, that's fine. But my neighborhood, and this is my neighborhood, doesn't need this high density. What I've been told is that they've got about 18 acres of actual usable land after all the other areas are cut back. Please don't put, that many houses in here. It will adversely affect our community. Thank you.
My name is James Mayo. I'm at 8809 Treasure Island Road, which is actually that little, looks like a tip of a tie right there, butt up against this property here. My property at the beginning of the year was 33% underwater. As it sits right now, it is 82% underwater. That's 5 acres of land. Building this development is going to cause massive flooding on our end. It doesn't matter what they do. It's a horrible idea to do this. And again, the traffic, the accidents. I saw that accident. I witnessed it happen out there on 44 with the rig and 3 vehicles. It was horrible. I am in the road business. It doesn't matter what they do as far as fixing 44, making it wider. It's not going to help the situation. My more concern is the flooding. Not only is my property affected, but I believe it's 8835. I think it's 8801, 88. I can't remember the other one. I'm sorry? 8800. Yep, 8800. It'll all be underwater. It already is right now. So unless they can fix all of that going to the wetlands across Treasure Island Road, this subdivision ain't going to work at all. Thank you.
Kenneth Carey, Jenny's Lane on Treasure Island, Treasure Cove community. I understand that the city cannot do anything about county road, county lights, and that, so I'm taking that out of what I'm going to talk about. However, some of the things that have been commented out about as far as the wetlands, it's not just wetland. Right now, we've had 2 very recent hurricanes, and 20% of my community is still underwater because it can't run off. It's full all the way out to Lake Griffin. The gentleman that was just ahead of us, is part of his runoff is coming on to our land as well. By putting in this development and eliminating, then you know they're going to get a right of way to eliminate a little bit of that wetland and maybe put it over in Tavares. It's not going to help us. We're going to be flooded out. Not this last hurricane. We only had 3.5 inches of rain, fortunately. I got a very wet yard, but I'm not drowned. Irma, I had 4.5 inches of standing water in my yard, and I am well away from that area. The traffic situation, I'll say 44 cannot support any more additional traffic with the 2 communities that are already being built in there now. I'm asking you to deny this completely. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sue Wakefield. I live at 9125 East Treasure Island Avenue. I am along the top of that yellow line, and then shortly on this side of the curve. Now, he mentioned somewhere in his passing straightening the road. My Lord, if you straighten the road, they'll hit 90 miles an hour instead of 70 going down that road. The curve is the only thing that slows them down. And that curve protects our wetlands. When I moved out there 50 years ago, it was a clay road. The school bus got stuck in that corner where it was low. They finally built the road up, school buses ran, everything was fine. They gravelled it over, they did this and that. And the road's no wider than this room is. It really isn't. If you have 2 cars coming, you have to be careful your mirrors don't hit. Everybody has to duck out of the way for the school buses when they come up and down the road. You have to be cautious. And it's very difficult traffic-wise. But my concern is that top left corner there, where the curve is. If you look at all these little maps we've been showing around here tonight, that corner takes up 1/4 of a pond. I'm not exactly sure how you can use 1/4 of a pond and not disrupt the wetlands. You can't empty 1/4 of a pond. It just does not work. It doesn't. So how are they going to build out there to 1/4 of a pond, come back up here, and you'll notice they've completely covered one pond with their buyback credits or whatever they call it. Where is they buying this stuff back? If they can't buy it back here, there's no place to buy it. So our ponds go, I don't know, Jacksonville? Why not? Dade County? Sure. They need to. There's two other subdivisions going in across 44 from here, both extremely large. But I'm just not understanding why they need that many houses in that small a space. When I moved out there, I was allowed to have 1 house on 2 acres. Now you're allowed to have 1 house on 5 acres. So they're going to build all these houses on 55 acres. You know, somehow the citizens are getting cheated out of this mess. You know, we moved there to live in a rural location. That's not what it's going to be with that. Thank you.
Larry Mott, 8700 East Treasure Island Avenue. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Dan, or Mr. Miller? Hold up for me, please. Okay, let's put it up like they had it. Right on the screen, right there. Oh, sorry. I hate to repeat, and all of us are doing it. And I wish I could speak as good as this gentleman here, but he's a pretty smooth talker. The pond that they're going to fill in, my major concerns about that is that sinkhole. Okay, there's, 8 houses that's going to go over a sinkhole. There needs to be geo done on that. The second question that I have is, where's the recreation area? I heard Mr. Miller talk about recreation area being on the plan. I don't see it labeled anywhere on the plan. I can be corrected if it is. And the third thing is, like Susan talked about, is in the pond, in the corner right here in this pond. There's 36 inches of water in that pond right now. Okay, they're going to push this in. And I tried in our meeting that we had with the developer and stuff about displaced water. I tried. They didn't understand displaced water. The only thing that they said, they continued saying, we're going to retain all our water. We're going to retain all our water. I understand that. That's a requirement. I know about developments. Developments have been very good to me and my family and my people. But they're showing this corner right here. The displaced water goes all the way around that curve and pushes all the way down to Treasure Island Road. So if the land is going to have to be built up approximately 5 feet or such a matter for them to get their sewage and to create their storm drainage. Okay, so they're going to have to push out into that wetlands. Yeah, I'll give them that. They're going to keep the water on their property. But what about the displaced water, where they're going to push the water, where they're going to push that corner out and where they're going to fill in that pond? You know, so I'll yield back my time. I appreciate you guys' time. I know we're all tired and late, but thank you for your time.
Real quick, can I send you guys an email?
I need you to come to the microphone, please. Just.
Sorry. Can I send you guys an email of the photos of my property currently, and you guys look over them?
Just see the city clerk after the meeting.
Are they?
Hi, folks. I'm back. Lorraine Davey, 8940 East Treasure Island Ave. I'm the, would you be so kind? Thank you. I'm the property located right here. I'm behind that 13 acres. This side. Thank you. So I'm behind that 13 acres. I'm right here. I'm a little different. I'm okay. No, I'm good. Thanks. I'm okay with this, believe it or not. I just can't have it getting any worse. Folks, this is before the 2 storms. This is August. Those are my boots. Thank God for them. I can't have it getting any worse. My property will be done. I love it in Leesburg. I love it in Lake County. I've stated that before. When I go to teach my second graders, I take my life in my hands making that left. I know you've heard it all of the traffic. I can't have it get worse. I don't have the money to sue an HOA. I want my land. I want my life to remain as it is. Y'all might see the positive aspects of approval, but I implore each and every one of you to take a look at these detrimental effects. They're far-reaching, not just me, not just my neighbors. Anybody and everybody that travels down 44 will be affected by this. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your consideration. Please deny this. How come none of us were wrong? Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Hi, I'm Alan Chen, 8010 Treasure Island Road. And I did want to preface Gary's picture of the cross. That happens to be right at that top right corner, that cross. So we know fatalities happen right there. And I'm sure even with this entrance and this new development, you're going to have fatalities there. There are people traveling in both directions, passing along the way, because right now it's all dotted line. That needs to be changed too. My wife has checked in on that. But either way, you're still going to have people passing, I think. But I'm kind of diverging here. Yeah, so what we took a look at in this area here, and this is the property in question, is that you have this area, which is the 2002 flood zone. In 2012, you can see it's increased. So this is the current flood zone. And of course, there are a bunch of properties down here and here that are impacted. The one thing that's coming out in 2022 is a new FEMA flood zone map. And what we're asking is that no decision be made on this until we actually see this FEMA flood map for 2022. And we also talked about the wetlands. So before I get to that, there's this change, as we mentioned before. This is a mystery why it happened. It could be more rain. It could be something that's done to this property here. What we did see is that there was a lot of logging done. So trees that existed in this area are no longer there. And we know that trees absorb a substantial amount of water, probably 100 to 200 gallons each. So when you clear all this area, there's nowhere for that water to go except the pool and also continue to flood. This is the wetlands down here, and it shows that a good portion, 30% of this acreage, is in this wetland. And of course, you see the extension out here. This is where they want to fill in the quarter. This is where they want to fill in the other pond that you see. So what we are proposing, thank you. And I appreciate Commissioner Burry's questions on the wetlands and how to mitigate that. There's buyback credits we heard about. It kind of reminds me of Al Gore's energy credits, right? To us, to all of us, it's useless. It doesn't help us at all. The other thing with this runoff, when you look at this picture, and yes, you have the mitigation down here and you have the mitigation up there, all of that is hard surfaces. So when it rains hard, hopefully some of that's going to run into your ponds. But a lot of that's also going to run wherever it can go based on geography and contour. So you have a high area here going to a low area down south and west.
Sir, I just need to wrap it up, please.
Okay, sorry. So the bottom line is I think the flooding is going to get worse, not better. I'm an engineer with 3 different engineering degrees. I understand some of this. I'm not an environmental or land engineer. But we would like to ask that you at least table it, if not deny it outright. Thank you.
I just want to remind the audience, I do need you to keep comments to 3 minutes, please.
I'll try my best. I'm Michael Chen. I live at 8010 Treasure Island Road. I am personally disappointed by the lack of accountability in this push to develop the treasure trove property. When planning and zoning for Leesburg saw fundamental problems with it and rightfully suggested it be turned down, it should have stopped there. At the very least, it should have been carefully scrutinized for all the issues it has and major aspects of it amended. Instead, since then, all I've heard and seen is a shifting of responsibilities to others outside of this push to develop treasure trove. Leesburg tells us that the small roads they plan to heavily traffic aren't their problem, that the county that the county that owns those roads, the same county that has issues with this development, should spend their own money to upgrade them. The developer who wants to build up the property tells us that if it causes flooding on our roads and the neighbors who live there, then we should just sue the potential homeowners association that may or may not operate out of treasure trove. And the possible permanent damage to the wetlands, they'll just mitigate it by buying land to protect it somewhere else. Not exactly the height of responsibility. If people are flooded out, killed on undeveloped roads, and wetlands abused, it's the fault of anyone else but those responsible, it seems. When we've asked for information, at best we get mere promises and are told that we don't want to see things like traffic studies. We've been patronized to the hilt throughout this. However, this haphazard situation can be amended before this allows to go through. Please take this opportunity to consider the alternatives responsibly to the satisfaction of those of us personally affected and not put the cart before the horse. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lisa Hayden, and I live at 35121 Dennis Road. I'm just about above the hump there. I'm not really going to use my words because Lake County has expressed their concerns from their experts, from Jennifer Barker, the city manager, and from Seth Lynch, the public works person that I'm sure you've heard of. What bothered me was that in the presentation that was done by the Miller, right? Mr. Miller, was done by Mr. Miller. I didn't hear anything about these very clear recommendations that were made by Lake County. They said the traffic impact analysis is highly recommended to be submitted by the developer and reviewed by Lake Sumter MPO and Lake County prior to the PUD hearing. I don't know how much more clear that can get. We can see how desperate we are to have the traffic situation looked at. It is not advisable, also from Seth Lynch's letter, it is not advisable currently for this development to have direct access from County Road 44. Very clear language. No, I don't have any experience in this, but I can tell you what that means. The development would be required, again, this is now the letter that came from Sean Parks, the chairman of Lake County. He said the development currently is not advisable for this development to have direct access to County Road 44. Transportation safety concerns related to Treasure Trove proposed development should be looked at by the Board of Commissioners. What I don't understand is why we did have a meeting, and Mr. Hennon, very nice gentleman, but you didn't make one concession. We never heard anything about a recreation. I actually asked, I said, what about a pool? What about something, a tot park or something? And you said, no, that's not for this development. We actually had a meeting and didn't get one concession. You can see that this development does not make sense because it's right on County Road 44, right on East Treasure Island Avenue, not a squoosh of room. You know, yes, we have 25 feet or whatever, but County Road 44 is probably not going to be widened in our lifetime. We can see the size of those utility poles going down both sides of the road. We might get a center lane, but we're not going to get more than that. So I just wanted to write this down and read it just as I wrote it earlier. Given that Leesburg's own Planning and Zoning Board recommended denial of this application, and Lake County Board of County Commissioners are against the annexation and development of these parcels as presented, and the residents who have turned out here tonight, look at these people that took out, they worked all day, as well as those who have signed this petition that I'll hand in, it would be unconscionable for this commission to move forward. Thank you so much for your time.
Ken Gary, Treasure Cove again. I still had 15 seconds left on the clock from my previous, so I'm going to try to rush that through. Part of the problem here, he mentioned that going to do road improvement on East Treasure Island. What he didn't tell you is just past that north corner up there, East Treasure Island is a one-lane road. Okay? Now, our community has 55 homes in it. 58, okay. 58 homes in it. And it's not the only community there. You got Treasure Island, which is the point that you can see off of Lake Griffin. Okay, there's only 2 roads coming out of that entire area for all of those homes, East Treasure Island and Treasure Island Road. Both of them are blind intersections at 44. That's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, Ray Hayden, 35121 Dennis Road. This is a contour map. They're talking about the flood maps and all this and everything else. This is the high point, the corner. That's where the dead, guy's cross is over there. And this is the high part. Everything's coming over here. You can see this like darker part probably. Nod your head. And then this right here is where the water goes underneath the road and out into that area. I just want to make a note here, and you look at these, and we always see these plans and everything, and they really, really look great. They're like exciting and sexy, and they're great. But what we don't see here is a Google Earth image that will demonstrate clearly, and you cannot believe how obvious it is. There is an underground river of all these lakes. It is all connected together, and we all admit it because it's blatantly obvious. There is a river underneath. The water migrates underneath there between the lakes. Nobody can deny that. Now, I'm going to go ahead with the whole legal thing and say, well, we don't have anything to do with that, and we can't do anything about it, so the plan goes through. Let's go. However, wrong. County Road 44 is got, maybe you've been out there recently, anybody, hopefully? There is another easement underneath the road on the west side, right in front of, they're going to have to dig up those wires, the high-speed internet that they just planted right there. Lake County specifically says you can't go out on 44. It's a death trap. You can't go out there, and Lake County is going to be knocking heads with you. Let me remind you of December 2021 when you all met with Lake County. I got 15 pages of notes that are awesome saying you guys are grabbing up too much land. It doesn't meet the urban conservation area. That's 155 homes. That's almost more homes that are in that entire area out to the island on the point. You're going to double the population of that area with that property right there. They got no swimming pool. They got no place for the kids to play. They got that wading pool over there with the alligators because you don't know that the University of Florida, go Gator, packed that lake with gators until they could figure out how many gators they put in that lake until they start eating each other. Did you know that? It's a fact. They did it. My wife and I saw a baby gator going across the road when we first came down here, and she said, "Oh, look at a cute little gator." I'm like, "Yeah, where's Mama?" Because I know they're there. I got 30 years in litigation support dealing with the after effects of Hurricane Andrew. I worked on the 9/11 for the 9/11 stuff. I worked on the World Trade Center. By the way, they had a whole bunch of asbestos. But I worked on that for years, decades. I got in working just on that case alone until 9/11 happened and took that down. So here's the issue here. This is a death trap. You're authorizing a death trap if you let this go through. We got another dead citizen. That picture that you saw, my wife and I went down there and took a picture of that poor accident, poor victim right there who got whacked, and he's now a dead non-tax-paying citizen at this point. And because of this hurricane, we just lost 2 more citizens who accidentally touched a wire nearby. One more thing about, and I'll let it go, is we talk about the mitigation. Lake County has a 0 tolerance for taking that wetland out. There's 3 wetlands. 2 of them are right there. County went around with their county road. That's why there's a bump there. In case we didn't know, that bump is because that is a wetland. And I've been looking all through the state, and everybody's respecting these wetlands, including 2 communities that Lake County just shot down. The mitigation doesn't work. If you think it does, check with Sanford. It doesn't work.
Hi, my name is Alexis Swirsky, and already I don't live anywhere near Treasure Island. But I do live in Florida, and I respect the wetlands. Florida respects wetlands. The mitigation cost is anywhere from $160,000 to $300,000 per acre to buy out that property. I don't know what the house prices on these things are in this development, but whatever it is, at least 2 houses will take care of half of that wetland area. And that's ridiculous. This is the problem with Florida now. We're looking at overdevelopment. We're looking at profiteering over this. And I understand you want to improve the cities. You want them to look better. But we are killing Florida. I used to live in Miami until when it rained, we had 2 feet of water in the street. And that was just a rain. That was not even a hurricane season. I lived down there, and that's why I moved up here. And you're doing the same thing up here that they did in Miami. You live in those neighborhoods. Come out and look at my house when it rains. Come look at this concentration of buildings. Where is the quality of life? We came to Florida for a reason. I came here personally 30 years ago, and I've lived in Leesburg for 15 of those 30 years. And the community, the state, is going downhill. And you can't undo the damage that we're doing now. We can't even deal with climate change now. You're talking about having no place for stormwater. You're talking about mitigating, buying, spending dollars to replace and kill nature. There are better choices to be made. When 30 years ago, Florida did not build this way. And now we had much more concentrated housing 30 years ago. But you know what? We don't do that anymore. We don't build on wetlands. Because when you know better, you do better. At least you should do better. This is going backwards. And if your children or grandchildren want to live in Florida, they're going to be able to live on a small property like this. So I just wanted someone to know that we're not going forward, we're going backwards. And people should be more conscientious. Think of your children, your grandchildren. Do you want them living in this community? I don't know what's in your neighborhood because I don't know your addresses. But come out to my community. See how congested it is. See how it's gone from residential to commercial in the last 15 years. And you try to live that way. I said before that my community has inadequate egress and ingress. We have one ingress and egress at this time, and it's not enough. Thank you.
My name is Liz Greenlaw Cruz. I live at 34635 Treasure Cove Road around the East Treasure Island area. And while I'd like to stand up here and tell you emotionally, it's so cool to have something that seems so country and wild for my kids, because I grew up in the city in the Midwest, and you had to go north to see wildlife, to see bears, to see coyote and fox and everything that's around there. But really, and I know you don't have anything to do with the roads, but 44 is a death trap. I've only lived in that community for 2 years, and I have watched people passing me while I'm trying to turn left. People passing me on the left-hand side and almost hit a bus. My husband saw a guy get hit from behind on a motorcycle and fly through the air like a cartoon character, okay? I was taking my son to school one day, and if I hadn't been paying attention, someone was trying to jump from the other lane, 10 to 15 cars. And I'm trying to slam on the brakes without killing me and getting hit from behind and wailing on my horn. You know, that road is bad. And to put more stress by putting more people and more homes, that's just a bad idea. Thank you.
I'm Laura Radcliffe. I live at 34639 Rum Run, Leesburg, Florida. At the corner of East Treasure Island and 44, the gentleman that was killed that they're talking about, he lived in our subdivision. He was just that far away from the house when a guy passed him on 44 going towards Eustis and hit him. He was more or less dead on impact. Our roads are awful. I used to, it's sad to say it, but back in the day, to say my age, before all those houses came on East Treasure and on Treasure Island Road back in the back, we used to hunt that land. There used to be a fish camp back there back in the day. None of that's there anymore. And I've lived where I've lived for 25 years. And I like our peace. I like to see our animals. But the houses where they're going in, they shouldn't go in. In a death trap, yes, it is. We always had to tell our kids to try to take East Treasure Island to leave instead of Treasure Island when they were learning how to drive, 16 and 17, because we didn't want them to get killed on Treasure Island trying to go out because of the people passing.
Let me just make one comment. We appreciate everybody's comments. We don't really, with all due respect, we don't need to hear the same comments over and over and over. So I'll just throw that out there.
Jim Turpin, 7952 Treasure Island Road, Leesburg. I'll try to make some different comments. We all know that a tomato is a fruit, but we know you don't put ketchup in a fruit salad. Just because you guys can vote for this doesn't mean that you should. The fight is at the county level, and you guys are even admitting it. We can't do anything with the roads. It's the county's responsibility. Well, we moved to the county. We didn't move to Leesburg. We didn't get to vote for any of you. We're not getting a say in how you vote to affect our area, but we can't come and do anything in your lots. This is a fight between mom, like a divorced parent. The county says this is what you can do with this land. Well, he doesn't like that, so he's going to go to the other divorced parent and say, I want to be with you instead. You give me custody. And, you know, it's just not right. But I know that that's the rules, and you guys want the tax money. So if you vote for this, the fellow with the mustache there asked if there was anything that could be done about the wetlands. And there is on your side, because everybody keeps misconstruing wetlands with floods. I'm not a lawyer, but in 2 minutes I pulled up the FEMA map, and that property's in flood zone AE. And that gentleman sitting right there is the floodplain manager for Leesburg. So any fill, any movement, anything they want to do has to come through a plan and go through Mr. Minor, who submits it to FEMA. And there's a difference between a wetland and a flood. So you do have a say when you do vote for it. And lastly, how are you going to feel if there's another crash in the economy and we come in and we start buying up every $10,000 and $15,000 house in Leesburg and put 15 chickens on every lot because you're taking our land? Your ordinance says we can have 15 chickens in Leesburg, and I'll buy every $15,000 lot, subdivide them, and put 50 little chicken coops on it. I mean, you're coming into our home.
How much are you going to sell the eggs for? 'Cause we could get some good deals. It's kind of expensive if you've been in the grocery store recently, so if you could help with that.
So anyway, just because you can vote for it doesn't mean you should. This fight should be at the county. None of us should even be here. I'm personally a property rights person, so if he would just follow the county rules and stay with the county and their things, I wouldn't be standing here making a fuss. But it shouldn't be here.
Are there any other public comments? Okay.
10 seconds.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Thank you for seeing me again. This one thing, as Jim was just saying, this is from the county. The rural transition allows a maximum of 11 dwelling units on that property. And that's what he did a perfect analogy, just shopping the divorced parents, who's getting me the better deal. And this is what when we bought, 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres, all of a sudden it's like a big eraser comes and that's all changed. But thank you so much.
No other comments? Any comments from the commission? If none, I guess I need a motion on 6A.
On 7, we have a motion.
No, oh, yeah, we have a motion on 6A7. I'm sorry. Okay. So, roll call.
Commissioner Roebuck?
Yes.
Commissioner Connell?
No.
Commissioner Burry?
No.
Mayor Peterson?
Yes.
I'd like to. So that's a fail. So I'd like to change my vote to no.
Noted.
Can you clarify what that vote was?
Well, it was on annexation, so if it can't be annexed, it can't be developed.
The vote was on annexation, and the initial vote was 2 in favor, 2 against. Commissioner Roebuck immediately changed his vote from yes to no, so there's 1 in favor, 3 against.
And
the motion fails.
And so I'm going to be. I wouldn't clap yet.
Hold on, wait a second.
I should wait a minute.
Yeah.
Anyways, you might want to wait a minute. So I'm going to be, as a member of the prevailing party, I'm going to be reintroducing this at our next meeting.
Okay.
What?
I'll be reintroducing this at our next meeting as a member of the prevailing party. So we'll have another hearing for the same thing at our next meeting.
Actually, I expected to be able to give some comments and ask for something.
You hold them to the next meeting.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Okay. So we're clear. Okay. So, well, we don't need to vote on. We can't vote on 8 and 9.
Yeah.
Do we need to? I'm looking. I can't vote on 8 and 9. Okay. So moving to, just come to the microphone. Come to the microphone, please.
So November 28th.
Now, what time and can we?
Same. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
I was, if you allow me to.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, because I thought I had the opportunity to respond to all what we heard, and unfortunately there were many misconceptions and misstatements. But again, as I repeated several times before, there are misconceptions, there are discussion about the wetlands, and these processes of analysis of wetlands and traffic are part of the future permits. If you consider that at that stage we need to bring you more information because there are a lot of comments and a lot of mischaracterization, I mean, I would rather table this matter and bring you additional responses to what I heard today with appropriate information, if you allow us to this. So,
will you be ready by the 28th? Or are you asking for us to extend it beyond the 28th?
I would rather be the 28th would work for us.
Okay, that's 2 weeks from tonight.
Yes.
At 5:30. Okay,
Yes.
I'm talking to the crowd too.
And I guess for Grant, we can do that. I can reintroduce that at the next meeting and hear the item, or do we have to reintroduce it and then set a date?
I think we can.
Because if I tabled it, we could have definitely set the date.
Yeah, I think the better thing would table, and then we could set the date certain.
No, we can call a revote.
No, right now it's subject to a revote anyway on the 28th. This is more procedural. I mean, right now it is going to come back before the commission. He has a right to bring it back. We're missing one commissioner, so that's why he wants to bring it back.
Yes, you can
This is more procedural, being sure that if we can meet on the 28th, or do we need to?
Or do you want to wait? So, I mean, I think I'll just get
advertise it.
Do we have enough time for advertise? Well, we've already.
I'll give you a chance to speak. 1 second.
If you postpone to a date certain, you don't have to re-advertise.
That's right. Yeah.
So I'll just
But if it postponed 2 weeks, then he has until, was it this Friday, for a deadline to get everything on the next agenda? It's a tight deadline.
That's why I asked if he wanted more time.
I want to be sure that these folks get to see whatever is presented to us.
That's why I'm questioning the 28th is too fast.
2 weeks would not be.
Do you want to push it to the first meeting in December?
You have to wait till January. Yes, we can. I'm missing all of these in December, so you can wait till January, which is fine with me. We'll have the new commission here. It's fine.
Well,
I mean, it's up to you as far as the date.
Well, we're going to be short. We're going to be short a commissioner in December. So now we're looking at the 28th.
I know the 28th I'm able to respond because all of his comments.
If you can respond, the 28th is fine. I was just trying to be respectful. Okay.
Responding.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, if he's just responding, I just want to be sure that any information that comes into my office can be shared with the public, with everybody, because that's what we have to do. And if there's no new information coming in, he's just responding, that's different, and I'm okay.
The response will introduce some comments about, like I said, we are not having plans yet done, and it's not the process, but we're going to give responses related to.
Okay. Okay, that's fair. So would I just ask that you speak to the fact that the property is in a flood zone? I mean, I understand not developing in wetlands. I did not realize that a portion of the property was in a flood zone, and I know it's not. If people want to buy a property in a flood zone, that's their decision. I just want to be sure that we all fully understand that.
Well, we cannot build on flood zones anyway. St. John's does not allow us.
Say that again?
The St. John's Water Management District is responsible for allowing or not, and they don't permit that type of things.
Right now, I'm going to
in wetlands, but you can build in flood zone.
Then make a motion to table it, which I can do. I can reopen a motion. Yeah.
Are we?
Okay, if you get,
Sorry,
you got to get the vote.
Yeah, I don't know whether I will or not. So.
Okay.
You want to summarize?
Yeah, let's just, okay. So everybody knows what's going on, and there's no question. Everybody have a seat. Well, please have a seat.
We'll let you come back and speak.
Please, no, you can't right now. Please have a seat. The public hearing is over, ma'am. Just have a seat. So here's where we're talking. Okay, the discussion.
Ma'am,
the discussion is parliamentary procedure right now. Your case has been heard. You've been duly heard in a public hearing. So now let the commission talk about Robert rules. there was a prevailing vote. For any issue to pass, it needs a majority of the city commission. A majority of the city commission is 3 votes in the affirmative. The initial vote on this topic was 2-2. 2 in favor, 2 against. That's a not pass. Commissioner Roebuck immediately changed his vote for parliamentary reasons. He immediately changed his vote to no. So then the final vote was 1 in favor, 3 against, 3 no. The motion fails again. In this case, however, Commissioner Roebuck is a member of the prevailing party. The prevailing party then can have a vote at the next meeting to reconsider the vote. The sidebar that the city attorney and I had was a quick discussion on the proper protocol on that vote. The opinion of Grant and myself, Grant's the city attorney, but I'll speak for him, and Grant's the lawyer, and he'll speak up if I say it wrong, was that Commissioner Roebuck can duly come to the next meeting, which would be the 28th, and ask for reconsideration. If he does that, we probably cannot hear the matter on the 28th. For 2 reasons. 1, it presumes that the entire commission will agree with his recounting. And secondly, because of the public hearing nature of the context of this issue, we would need to make a public advertisement for a hearing. So Commissioner Roebuck has the option on the 28th to ask for a rehearing. However, Commissioner Roebuck's smart, and he understood the parliamentary procedure, so now probably Commissioner Roebuck, I'll let him speak for himself, will ask for a superseding motion, which now we probably agree with, because it's still on this matter. We haven't moved on to the next one, so now he's probably going to ask the commission to table this matter, to reconsider the immediate vote and table it to a time certain. If the commission approves that, then that would be a proper decision. If the commission rejects the tabling, then we're back at the 3-1 against vote. So that was the discussion.
And I'll leave it out. So I'm gonna reintroduce it, and you guys you get 2 choices. We're going to rehear it on the 28th, or we can vote it down, and then I'll bring it up next meeting, and then we can pick another date in the future. And it doesn't matter to me, so I'll let you guys.
No, it does matter to you. If you want to vote on the matter,
it's out of my hands. So we can reintroduce it to a date certain next meeting, or
so then it's going to be, so if you reintroduce it, then the commission gets to decide what you need 3 votes to rehear it.
Yeah.
Okay. And if that's a no, then that's a no, and it's still a no vote. If it's a yes and they want to rehear it, then the case won't be heard on the 28th. We will have to re-advertise and start from scratch. You good with that?
I'm going to make a motion now to reconsider the prior vote.
Okay.
That way we could do this on the 28th instead of sometime
Correct.
in the future.
Okay.
I'd rather get it over with, but if we need a second to do that.
So is that your motion?
That's my motion.
So Commissioner Roebuck put a motion on the floor to reconsider the 3-1 against vote right now.
So we need to vote on that.
You need a second. Sorry,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman. It's your meeting.
I can't second it.
You'd have to. If nobody else was to second it, you would have to pass the gavel to the vice mayor, and then you could second it.
If you'd like to do that.
I will if no other commissioner will. Okay. Well, so I pass the gavel?
Only if you want to second it and table it.
I would second it, yes.
Then pass the gavel.
To Commissioner Mayor. So he's now,
You're Mayor Pro Tem.
This is our next mayor, by the way, so you're the mayor here.
All right,
so I will second that motion.
All right, so there's a motion on the table, on the floor from Commissioner Roebuck to reconsider the immediate vote. And it's been seconded by Mayor
And then that would have to
Peterson.
pass before I can make a motion.
That's correct.
Discussion on that motion.
Yes.
What's your reasoning for doing that?
So the entire commission can vote on it on the
Okay,
28th. Yeah, that's it. So the entire commission can vote on the 28th. And so that's,
thank you.
That's my reason to do that.
Any other discussion?
I promised this lady here a comment. I promised her a comment.
No, not on this. This is procedural.
Okay, sorry.
So we'll have roll call.
Roll call. Okay. You're last. Commissioner Roebuck,
Yes.
Commissioner Connell,
No.
Commissioner Peterson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Burry.
No. The motion fails.
So you'll have to come back.
So the prevailing motion is the annexation failed, 1 in favor, 3 against. And Commissioner Roebuck is stating that at the next meeting he will be exercising his right as the prevailing party to ask for the issue to be reconsidered. That will be done on the 28th. Assuming it has the votes, then the process would have to start again with a new advertisement. If it doesn't have the votes to be reconsidered, it's officially killed on the 28th.
Okay. Thank you for that.
And we pass the gavel back to the mayor. Okay. All right, gavel back.
It doesn't hurt my feelings. I don't have to sit through this again.
If you want to speak, I'll let you speak in the microphone.
Thank you for letting me speak.
Let these people clear out for a minute.
If the plan comes back on the 28th.
Hey, just 1 second. I can't hear you with all the.
Oh, okay. If the plan comes back on the 28th and looks like that, there will be as much, if not more, opposition to it. So I just want to say that we've given, Mr. Hennon is a nice man. I don't have a problem with him, but we've given him the opportunity to put in writing what he's saying out loud today, and he has not done it. And we would like some, if he wants to, we'd like some consideration, some actual, unfortunately, we're gonna fight this if it looks like that. So.
Okay, and you need to speak with him. Okay.
Yeah, I'm more than welcome to, but
Okay, duly noted. Duly noted. Okay. Yeah, I'm in a head spin. Okay, next. Okay.
I've been thinking I would need to do it at some point. It took me 8 years.
Yeah, I learned. Okay. So next I need somebody to introduce 6A, 10, 11, and 12. We'll have all 3 read, and then we'll come back and discuss them and then vote on them individually.
This has to be read by title only.
Just wait. Let's wait. Let's let the crowd clear out for a second. Okay. Sorry, Commissioner Burry. I couldn't hear.
Okay, so we're introducing, I'll introduce items 10, 11, and 12. Asked to be read by title only, please.
6A10, an ordinance of the City of Leesburg, Florida, annexing certain real property consisting of approximately 1.09 plus minus acres, being generally located north of U.S. Highway 441, east of Water Edge Drive, west of Mark Road, and south of Brittany Boulevard, lying in Section 19, Township 19 South, Range 25 East, Lake County, Florida, providing that said property so annexed shall be liable for its proportionate share of the existing and future indebtedness of said city, providing that such annexed property shall be subject to all laws and ordinances of said city, as if all such territory had been a part of the City of Leesburg at the time of passage and approval of said laws and ordinances, providing that such annexed territory shall be placed in City Commission District 1 and providing an effective date. 6A11, an ordinance amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan of the City of Leesburg, changing the future land use map designation of certain property containing 1.09 plus minus acres from Lake County urban medium density to City of Leesburg highway commercial for property generally located north of U.S. Highway 441, east of Water's Edge Drive, west of Mark Road, and south of Brittany Boulevard, lying in Section 19, Township 19 South, Range 25 East, Lake County, Florida, and providing an effective date. 6A12, an ordinance of the City of Leesburg, Florida, changing the zoning on approximately 1.09 plus minus acres from Lake County RMRP Mobile Home Rental Park District and Lake County C2 Community Commercial District to City C3 Highway Commercial to allow dry storage for boats and trailers for property generally located north of U.S. Highway 441, east of Water Edge Drive, west of Mark Road, and south of Brittany Boulevard, lying in Section 19, Township 19 South, Range 25 East, Lake County, Florida, and providing an effective date.
So a motion to approve 6A10.
Move for approval.
Second.
Comments from the commission?
I'm in favor of it.
Okay. Any public comments? Okay. Roll call.
Commissioner Connell?
Yes.
Commissioner Burry?
Yes.
Commissioner Roebuck?
Yes.
Mayor Peterson?
Yes. Now I need a motion to approve 6A11.
Move to approve.
Comments from the commission? Public comments? Roll call.
Commissioner Burry?
Yes.
Commissioner Roebuck?
Yes.
Commissioner Connell?
Yes.
Mayor Peterson?
Yes. Motion to approve 6A12.
Move to approve.
Comments from the commission? Public comments? Roll call.
Commissioner Roebuck?
Yes.
Commissioner Connell?
Yes.
Commissioner Burry?
Yes.
Mayor Peterson?
Yes. Could someone please introduce 6A13, 14, and 15?
Introduced and asked to be read by title only.
An ordinance of the City of Leesburg, Florida, annexing certain real property consisting of approximately 3.42 plus minus acres, being generally located south of West Main Street and east of Progress Road, lying in Section 29, Township 19 South, Range 24 East, Lake County, Florida, providing that said property so annexed shall be liable for its proportionate share of the existing and future indebtedness of said city, providing that such annexed property shall be subject to all laws and ordinances of said city, as if all such territory had been a part of the City of Leesburg at the time of passage and approval of said laws and ordinances, providing that such annexed territory shall be placed in City Commission District 3 and providing an effective date. 6A14. An ordinance amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan of the City of Leesburg, changing the future land use map designation of certain property containing 3.42 plus minus acres from Lake County Industrial to City of Leesburg Industrial for property generally located south of West Main Street and east of Progress Road, lying in Section 29, Township 19 South, Range 24 East, Lake County, Florida, and providing an effective date. 6A15. An ordinance of the City of Leesburg, Florida, changing the zoning on approximately 3.42 plus minus acres from Lake County HM Heavy Industrial to City of Leesburg M1 Industrial to allow a warehouse for property generally located south of West Main Street and east of Progress Road, lying in Section 29, Township 19 South, Range 24 East, Lake County, Florida, and providing an effective date.
So a motion to approve 6A13.
Before we go, Mike, I have a conflict on 13, 14, and 15, so I'll have to abstain from voting.
Okay. Motion
approved.
Move for approval.
I see a second.
Second.
Any comments from the commission? Public comments? Roll call.
Commissioner Burry?
Yes.
Commissioner Roebuck?
Yes.
Mayor Peterson?
Yes. Need a motion to approve 6A14.
Move for approval.
Second.
Comments from the commission? Public comments? Roll call.
Commissioner Roebuck?
Yes.
Commissioner Burry?
Yes.
Mayor Peterson?
Yes. Motion to approve 6A15.
Move for approval.
Second.
Comments from the commission? Public comments? Roll call.
Commissioner Burry?
Yes.
Commissioner Roebuck?
Yes.
Mayor Peterson?
Yes. Moving on to first reading of ordinances. Would someone please introduce 6B1?
Introduce 6B1 through 3.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I was just about to clarify that. Thank you.
6B1. An ordinance of the City of Leesburg, Florida, annexing certain real property consisting of approximately 6.93 acres, being generally located south of U.S. Highway 441 and east of Anglers Avenue, as legally described in Section 23, Township 19 South, Range 25 East, Lake County, Florida, providing that said property so annexed shall be liable for its proportionate share of the existing and future indebtedness of said city, providing that such annexed property shall be subject to all laws and ordinances of said city, as if all such territory had been a part of the City of Leesburg at the time of passage and approval of said laws and ordinances, providing that such annexed territory shall be placed in City Commission District 1 and providing an effective date. 6B2. An ordinance of the City of Leesburg, Florida, amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan of the City of Leesburg, changing the future land use map designation of certain property containing 6.93 plus minus acres from Lake County urban medium density to City of Leesburg low density for property generally located south of U.S. Highway 441 and east of Anglers Avenue, as legally described in Section 23, Township 19 South, Range 25 East, Lake County, Florida, and providing an effective date. 6B3, an ordinance of the City of Leesburg, Florida, changing the zoning on approximately 6.93 acres from Lake County CP Planned Commercial to City of Leesburg SPUD Small Plan Unit Development to allow for residential development on property generally located south of U.S. Highway 441 and east of Anglers Avenue as legally described in Section 23, Township 19 South, Range 25 East, Lake County, Florida, and providing an effective date.
Okay, so all three of these items will lay over as these are first readings, but are there any comments from the commission?
Yeah, I had one for Dan. I just wanted to make sure in the small PUD, I know we kind of use the same model. In there, it says there's going to be 35% open space.
That's correct.
So this meets that criteria at 6.8 per.
Yes.
I mean, it still has enough room for that kind of thing.
Actually, it does. Down at the southern end of the development where the marina is, helps a lot.
So you count the marina as part of the 35%?
Yes.
Okay.
The open space, yes.
Okay, so that was, and then I said something about the wetland buffer, but I don't remember what it was. So.
Okay. Any other comments from the commission? Any public comments? Just please come to the microphone. And I just need your name and address.
Hello, my name is Linda Kiro, and my address is 10220 Bumblebee Lane. I live about a half mile away from this property. It's right on Lake Harris, and it seems to me that there's an awful lot of overbuilding going on. There's another issue with this property. It is dangerous to get out on 441. The amount of properties that are going to be there and the children that have to catch a bus on 441 to get to school. I think this property could be used better if Leesburg has to annex it. I don't see that it should be overbuilt like this. So I hope you will reconsider and look at this carefully. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry. I overlooked that with being a first reading. I'm sorry. Before we get, do you have any comments? Any other comments, Dan?
You want the background, the introduction?
Yeah, go ahead.
What used to be on it, Dan? I mean, how many units were on the property before?
We have some historic maps that go back to the 40s, I think it was, and I apologize, I forget the number. It's over 20.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of.
There's a lot of homes in there. Right. I'm sorry.
Mobile homes,
allow me
right?
to speak. And
nothing
and
now.
We have
now,
actual
used to be.
Evidence on the old aerial photographs that we can show you. They go back, I think, to the 40s. The busiest time, I think, was in the early 90s. I forget, I saw them this morning, but we've had so many that I can pull that out for you and get that info to you if you like.
Just curious more than anything.
Anyway, this is 6.93 acres, generally located southwest of US 441 and east of Anglers Avenue. It's right behind the Goodwill store. The request is to annex, change of future land use from Lake County urban medium density to City of Leesburg low density, and change the zoning from Lake County planned commercial to City of Leesburg small plan unit development. The request is for actually 47 single-family detached and attached units. That would be 27 detached and 20 attached, and that comes out to a density of approximately 6.6 units an acre. There are the dark sky lighting, design standards, gutters, requirements, the standard there. 15-foot buffer along the east and west sides of the property. Still have the 35% open space and trees in the yard. The wetlands are protected. Again, the same irrigation controls. There are 0.9 acres of recreational area required. This is shown on the site plan as the weight room and swimming pool, and boat docks. And finally, Mr. Ryan Solstice is here from Land Planning Group from Mount Dora to respond to any questions if you have any.
Okay, thank you, Dan.
Can we see them on the screen, too?
See what he.
Okay.
We can do it first reading.
Ryan Solstice here with LPG, Urban and Regional Planners, 1162 Camp Avenue, Mount Dora. I'm here on behalf of my client to present this annexation, small-scale comprehensive plan amendment, and rezoning as a first reading for this property. It is going from planned commercial, as Dan noted, and a urban medium density of 7 dwelling units an acre in the county right now. We are proposing to go to low density residential, which allows for 8 dwelling units an acre. We are not going up to that amount. And we are proposing a small planned unit development, a SPUD, to accomplish that. The site itself will have a number of townhomes, 3-story townhomes, as well as detached bungalows, and it will be all held within a condominium association. Each unit on site will get 1 boat slip, and there's about 12 extra that will be for rent for the individuals within that condominium association. Everything else will be maintained by the condominium association, and I leave it to the commission to ask any questions if desired.
You said 3-story?
Correct.
I thought I read that it was only 2.
The bungalows are going to be 2 stories, and the townhouses will be 3 stories with the garages below.
Gotcha.
Okay.
And that's 10 on each side, the east or the west and the north?
So there will be 10 on the north, and then there will be 5 and 5.
10 on the west, yeah.
On the west side.
5 and 5 on the west, yeah.
It's trailer parks on both sides. That I hear it.
Correct. There is a
Okay.
trailer park on the west side. There is a single-family home on the east, and then immediately across a small canal and a semi-marina, there is then the other trailer park. And I will provide the concept plan so that members of the public can also comment and look at it as they speak.
Okay. So is a developer here? Would you like to speak?
No, here tonight.
Okay.
Get that in the last one.
Yes, please. Are you the developer?
No.
Okay.
I'm an attorney for one of the residents.
Okay.
Kara Singletary, Hunt Law Firm, 601 South 9th Street. Nice to see you. My discussion will focus only on the potential legal ramifications of the annexation. There are several other citizens here today who will address the more practical concerns regarding the potential concept plan. At the last meeting, discussion was made that the property was or may not be covered by the ISBA. However, upon review of the ISBA, the parcel number 1703735, which is the subject parcel, is not included in the covered annexation under paragraph 3C. It is not listed in Exhibit B1 or B2. Accordingly, excuse me, I've got a bit of a cold. Paragraph 3C, little 4 applies, which requires a prior written approval from the county. That approval has not been given without demonstrating direct link between the annexation and the creation of jobs or economic activity other than residential construction, and that's from your own ISBA. This property is specifically not subject to the agreement as listed in Exhibit A of that agreement. You'll see it ends at the top line of Leesburg. The property would be somewhere over here, located north of Lake Harris. Also, in Exhibit B1 of the exhibit, you have a long list in the B1 and B2 of our parcel identification numbers. It's not included on either one of these lists. Accordingly, it has to go under the Florida statute, which requires under Florida statute 744, 044, 5, that it is not allowed to create an enclave. This particular property, if it was to be annexed into the city, would create an enclave to the left, because it creates a pocket. A pocket may be big or small. The square footage or acreage of the pocket does not matter. Specifically, this was the case under the City of Center Hill v. McBride, which is under the same 5th DCA that you're under. Therefore, I believe that the same ruling would apply, that this creates a pocket to the left of that piece, as it creates an unincorporated portion of property that is in a sea of incorporated property. That property to the left would then be surrounded on all sides, with the exception of the lake, as incorporated parcels. So it would be an island in and of itself of unincorporated property within an incorporated area. Accordingly, it would not pass the statutory requirements. There's nothing in the ISBA that would otherwise exempt it, and your own agreement with the county requires that you would have to have had prior written approval before such annexation. In the packet that I reviewed for tonight's agenda, I saw no such prior written authorization. Additionally, the county would have to give consent by written authorization prior to this meeting, and that county can only give the consent when the city demonstrates the direct link between the annexation and the creation of jobs or other economic activity, as I stated before, other than residential construction. There's nothing in this concept plan that would meet that classification. Also, there is some concern, based on the presentation just made, that due process considerations of the amendments that were made to the application on the spot at the Planning and Zoning meeting, including the decreased height to a 2-story, which I believe is reflected in the application, but was not reiterated today by the engineer, as well as the additional requirements of secondary access, which are not reflected in the meeting minutes in the packet that you received. To my knowledge, and given that there is no indication in the packet, it does not appear that the prerequisites of Florida Statute 171.204 have been met, nor are the consent requirements of Florida Statute 171.205 been met, nor could they, as there has not been a referendum of more than 50% of the voting population of the city requesting the annexation. So based on those legal comments, I do not believe that annexation is appropriate, and the commission should move forward with denial. And I'll reiterate those the same at the secondary. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would just point out to the commission that this, to me, appears to be a voluntary annexation, which would be under 171.044, which is a different procedure, which only requires that the property be contiguous and compact. And so that would be the criteria that we were looking for. I'm not sure what Ms. Singletary was.
If I may rebut that, 171.044, which is voluntary annexation, under Section 5 specifically states, land shall not be annexed through voluntary annexation when such annexation results in the creation of enclaves.
Yes.
That is addressed in that case of City versus Center Hill, with City of Center Hill versus McBride, which also addresses the issue of pockets.
So let me ask this then: is it your position that the annexation of this parcel creates an enclave?
Yes.
Or does the enclave already exist?
No, the enclave does not currently exist, because as it stands right now, and I can show you kind of on this limited, if I may roam. What you're doing is the city owns the property up to about here where the airport is, correct? Right, I believe it stops right past there at the Lowe's, and there's some property right to the, if I'm assuming, to the west of there. So I believe the city line ends here. If you add this parcel in, you create this piece right here, then becomes an enclave, a pocket of property. Because you're making an unincorporated island right here that's completely surrounded on 3 sides, and then by the lake.
Okay.
And how did you determine that this is not part of the ISBA?
I think she said it's not, the alt key number is not on the list,
key
right? So
number is
the
not listed
exhibit
on
has
exhibit
a
B1
list
or
of
B2.
applicable alt key numbers, and this one's not in there.
So are there properties to the east of this property that are listed on the,
Not to
as
my
being in our,
Not to my knowledge, upon an initial review of the alternate key number.
because I thought it went all the way over to like Haynes Creek or Dead River.
In the ISBA that I received as a public records request, specifically indicating the meeting that was held on October 20th, the ISBA that you provided to me, both your attorney as well as your city clerk, this property was not listed. If there's another ISBA that you have, I'm happy to review.
I'm not aware of another ISBA aside from the South Lake.
What you got?
But I'm not 100% sure that an enclave doesn't already exist, and that the annexation of this parcel, I'm not sure that it changes the circumstances. I'm not sure that it creates an enclave. I think there may already be one because the city property's south of 441, right? And so all of these parcels are already blocked in by municipal property,
No,
right?
they actually all connect. This is county, so they connect all the way through here. This is currently, as it stands right now, all county property.
Do they connect to a public road, or do they have to go through the city to get to a road?
They have private access easement.
Private access, so
But
Do
currently
a
connecting
little
them.
research before the second hearing instead of debating this right now.
yeah, I think that's a fair point. I mean, I think
We don't take the marina.
I think that's a fair point. I think that's a fair point. Obviously, Miss Singletary.
I think she has actually a better map here that you can see where it's currently zoned through the county. So you'll see all these R1s, RMRPs, this property, which is the subject property, RMRPs, and all of this coming over into Tavares. All of that's county. So if you remove this piece, you then create this enclave, because here's where your city property ends, right there at that edge, and this all is not connected.
Now, what's in between us and 441? I would think that would be city, all that commercial?
That's all
This right here along 441 is city.
That adjoins the subject property.
That adjoins, yes, 441. But these pieces right here, those are city. And then your property on the other side, obviously, that's where the hall is, public.
And I can't see your map real well, but I get, so it's adjoining a city-owned property to the north.
That's right. The question is not.
City,
Okay.
city.
I got it.
That's where you create the.
Right. The question is on compactness, because compactness
No,
prohibits.
Compactness is a separate element.
It's contiguous and compact.
Contiguous, compact, and does not create an enclave. And this would create the.
If you look at,
the element.
thank you, but if you look at the criteria for compactness, enclaves are considered within the definition of compactness.
Not according to the 5th DCA.
Okay, well, that's fair enough, but if you want to look at
And I have the
compactness,
case pulled
here,
right here if you
that's
want-
fine, that's fine, Ms.
we-
Singletary, but let me read you the definition of compactness, just to make sure we're all clear. Compactness means concentration of a piece of property in a single area and precludes any action which would create enclaves. So like I said, the issue is contiguous compactness. Within compactness is the issue of enclave creation. And so we're saying different things, but I think at the end of the day, we're saying the same thing, that enclave creation is not something that can happen here. If the annexation creates an enclave, then that would be violative of the statute. So the question is whether or not the annexation would create an enclave. As we sit here right now, I'm not sure. I'm not sure, like I said, there may already be an enclave. I don't know that annexing this particular parcel creates the enclave. It may be that there's already a pocket existing or an enclave already existing, and that annexation of this parcel doesn't do anything to change that. It doesn't create the enclave. And so that's the issue that I would want to look at. But as Ms. Singletary said, she's absolutely correct, that enclaves are something that cannot be created through the annexation process. That would be a violation of the voluntary annexation statute.
So is it currently an enclave, in your opinion?
No. Our opinion currently is that it is not an enclave, but the annexation of this particular property would create one.
So that county property goes all the way down to the Dead River?
I'm not sure
the
how far
city-
down it goes, but obviously you can see how far it goes
So it's an
down right
enclave,
there.
all right?
Well, what Grant's saying is
The river stops it.
I don't know. I'm sure Grant can dig into this a little bit.
it sounds like Grant and Ms. Singletary will be talking quite a bit.
I mean, like I said, like I said, Ms. Singletary's brought up an issue that certainly is something that we need to be mindful of, because, again, with the voluntary annexation process, even though it's voluntary, you still can't create enclaves in violation of the statute. It requires you to be contiguous. Check. I think everybody agrees with that. Compactness is the question, because if it's creating an enclave, then it's not falling within the definition of compact.
Okay. We'll let the attorneys have fun with this one.
Yes, I think there are other public comments, though, so there's other elements that
Yes.
the constituencies, et cetera.
Okay. Dan, do you have any comments at this point? I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I just.
Okay. The only thing I wanted to add was the under the ISBA, Section 3CII, pursuant to Section 171046 Florida statutes, the county consents to the annexation of any enclave or the creation of any enclave which is the result of an annexation, et cetera, as long as Leesburg provides the services. So in addition to that, the ISBA area, yes, there's a list of specific alt keys in the ISBA area as was presented. The ISBA area also is a map that includes other parcels that are annexable that are not on that list. So it is a legitimate question, but I just want to point that out.
So that's two things. That's
two things.
Is it actually creating an enclave? So
Right.
we understand the legal argument that's been presented.
Right.
Is it actually creating an enclave? A, so we can't do a regular 171 type part annexation. And B, is the opposing side's counsel interpreting the ISBA exhibits correctly? The ISBA exhibits, Exhibit B, B1, and B2, line out the boundaries of the ISBA. But does that interpretation mean that if it's not specifically listed as an alt key? So we'll go back and look at that. My inclination, because of other issues that are going on, is that alt keys are going to be listed in areas that are up next to other ISBAs, and we further delineated those out. Whereas in this specific case, there really is no other challenge from another community that in fact is our ISBA territory, because the border of the ISBA in that area is the lake. My knee-jerk reaction is it's the latter, that in fact it is covered in the ISBA, that those specific exhibits that were referenced aren't referenced correctly, but Grant will look into that. And
That's right. And as Mr. Miller said, if it's covered by the ISBA, then enclaves are not an issue because they're clearly allowed under the ISBA.
So Dan's reaching out then to another portion of the ISBA that specifically says if we forgot anything and you still create an enclave, it's okay. So we may be incorrect in that interpretation, but those are the things we'll look at, and we'll have a reasonable response by second reading.
That's right.
Got somebody else wants to talk.
Okay. You want to speak? Oh, okay. Any more public comments? Yeah.
You know who I am. My name is Alexis Swirsky. I live at 10550 Holloway Drive in Leesburg, and I live in a 55-plus community that abuts this property. It is my opinion and that of many of my neighbors that this project will have a profoundly negative impact on the environment, natural resources, and Lake Harris shoreline. For an area that refers to itself as the lakefront city, this project displays a callous disregard for all of the above. There is so much wrong and ambiguous in this program that it's hard to know where to begin. In reviewing the master development plan, which I received from your office of the Lake Harris Acquisition Group, I have questions about the vague language used to describe their planned project. In numerous places of the master plan, The developer states that when there is a conflict with the City of Leesburg city ordinances, the master development plan submitted by the developer shall prevail as the determining requirement. There are frequent references that the plan is conceptual, not actual, and that there may be other design variations that may be approved at builder discretion. For example, the building materials listed are brick, stone, stucco, and something called a manufactured strip siding. The choice is at the discretion of the builder. And another thing is the design of the buildings. The developer has stated that they will have 5 of 15 elements that they list as the decorative elements of this building. They include bay windows, cupolas, shutters, dormers, door fronts, front windows, porches, and again, the choice of which design elements are used are at the builder's discretion. And I don't know that you can build a house without eaves, front windows, and a front door. That covers 3 of the 5 design elements that they list out of the 15. Landscaping. The master development plan goes to great detail to say that there will be X number of feet between the trees, and the bushes will be X number of feet high and X number of feet wide. But then the developer says they can review the landscape plan and adjust plantings as needed. If that's the case, what's the point of mentioning it at all, if they can change it at will?
30 seconds, ma'am.
And then, I'm sorry?
30 seconds left.
There are so many discrepancies here. When I looked at your file from the city, there is no research done, there are no studies, no impact papers, and my feeling is if this is the standard practice, that you give a builder carte blanche and then check it later to see if it fits in a community. If this is the standard, we deserve better. Lake County deserves better. And like I said before, we didn't build this way 50 years ago, and we've learned better. And if you know how to do better, you should do better. We're concerned that this will become a low-income Section 8 housing development because there is no need for a $300,000 to $400,000 unit that is 1,200 square feet in size and overlooks the back or the roof of a Goodwill. So I want to know who is going to buy that. And then when they can't sell it, they will then turn it to Section 8. Thank you.
Yeah, I am going to enforce 3 minutes for the rest of the meeting.
That's fine. My name is Timothy Thompson. I live at 10550 Holloway Drive. I live in the Hideaway Mobile Home Park. And traffic, here we go with traffic. There is no way there can be any more traffic in there. I do the maintenance, beach and the Hideaway, which the property is right in the middle. $35,000 a day, now this is county, between Sleepy Valley Road and Brookfield Road, which is just a red light to a red light. There's 35,000 cars. Now when they're coming through here, the Starbucks is there, Steak and Shake's there, the Goodwill's there, the oil change place is there, and there's only one exit for us to get out. We're one car at a time can get out. You guys probably can't see these pictures, but this is Starbucks every day, all day, backed up into 441. If you go that way, you see it when you go by. Under oath, two weeks, I've almost had 2 accidents from people running the stop signs at the Goodwill, the Steak and Shake. You go ahead and add 100 more cars, 150 more cars. There's just no room for it. I invite you all to come see this piece of property and see what they're planning on putting on it, and it just does not fit for our community. It doesn't. It just doesn't fit. Yeah. Okay. This is Goodwill. Here's the piece of property. Piece of property's here. This is Goodwill. This is our only entrance in. Our park is over here. When you go out there, there's Goodwill, there's the oil change place, and like I said, there's a stop sign there, one car at a time to get on 441. Then when that car moves, another one can come through the stop sign. If you wanted to add all these buildings, all these people, all these cars, it's just not going to work. It's just not going to work. do invite you to come see the property for yourself, and then you'll see it does not fit.
My name is Sam Merrick, and I live at 10550 Holloway Drive. Something that hit me tonight when I was sitting here listening to this, to the people that prior, when I was listening to the Bar Key Grove, 717 acres, and they are going to put 2.3 houses per acre. Anglers Avenue, this area is 6.9, and they are considering putting in there 47. And if you use math, that should be only being allowed 16 in there. So it's hard for me to even imagine. They're proposing a high-end community with 47 compressed units in a single-family dwellings on a mere 6.9 acres. The same type of proposal was given not very long ago here in Leesburg, only 0.9 miles down the road. You can see the pictures. This is what was proposed. It was going to be a high-end family townhouse with ownership, a pool, boat docks, garages, walking trails, and it was to be gated. The townhouses, that failed within 3 years. Now the pool is permanently closed. The gate is removed. Each unit has 3 to 4 cars parking in the street. I drove and took these pictures. You can come and look. The garbage cans are always at the curbside spilling over. There's not a compactor there. Broken garage doors, graffiti, foul graffiti all over the sidewalks. And this was a high-end proposed thing that they couldn't sell. So now look what kind of housing you have there. These are rental units. They're at market value, which unqualified deed for this. It has horrible reviews. Drive down through there, look at it, and non-existent management. They all can tell you that. This massive boat dock, that is a huge eyesore. That's been closed for 8 years, since 2008, because of vandalism and theft. It was supposed to be part of this wonderful thing that was built. Now it's been abandoned. There have not been any boats in there over 10 years. You can see it sitting right in our front yard. You can see it. It's an eyesore in Lake Harris. This is Lake County. We're known for good lakes. We're not opposed to 3 or even 4 single-family homes going in this small, compressed little area. It's got magnificent oak trees on it. It's picturesque. It's old Florida. It's filled, and there's lots of wildlife. Everybody says they're just flying over. They're not. That would be consistent with shoreline building. It's stuck in the middle. For some reason, someone surely wants this. So I also challenge y'all to come down and look at it, walk through it with us. I don't have much else to say except, you know, that when you choose an action, you also have to choose the consequences. I think we should all think very seriously, very hard. Why in the middle of, I live in the retirement community, the people on the other side do, the private housing is there. All of a sudden, they want to change the zoning, to propose, to put this. Come and look at this, come and look at where we live, and you'll see what it's probably going to become. This is what was proposed, and it got passed. Thank you for your time.
One more, please.
I'm trying to get going. While I'm putting my boards up, when we bought our house, the postcard came with it if you wanted to see what the Anglers was. I'm gonna pass it around. That shows the homes that used to be on. All right.
You can go ahead and start the clock.
Hold on, I've got to announce my name, and I have some boards I just want.
I don't care.
Okay. Right now. Okay, I'm going to try to be quick. So my name's Deirdre Griffin. I live at 10534 Holloway Drive. I'm the single-family resident, R1, that's right here, so I'm just speaking loud so you can hear me. I wanted to show a relationship of our property. We happen to have the most substantial boundary line compared to anybody else to this property. This is the size of the property that wants to be developed. This is the other mobile home park that's on the other side. So it is not that big of a parcel that's in here. This is the back of our property. This is where Carlos Singletary was saying that we have, that's the pocket is located right here. This was an RMRP that's in here. This is a 55 and up community. that's right here that's surrounded by all R1, that's part of the Lake County. This is the Anglers Resort. It was 13 homes when they were demolished. I have pictures of every single one of them. We've been living there for 9 years. We used to work with the old company, not work, but we knew them and managed the property, Lake Harris Acquisition Group that used to own it. So I have pictures of all 13 of the units that were homes. They had fireplaces, kitchens, dinettes, everything that were on it. One of the things I kind of want to bring up, how they're saying that, oh, this is going to be high-end. I keep hearing that. It's not going to go into that. Well, this is the company, the people that own it. It's a Rise Property Management. This is all of their LLCs that they happen to have. Every single LLC that they have for the last 20 years, it's rentals. They don't have anything that's home ownership. These are properties that they manage that happen to be in Leesburg. This is their website. You can hit pay rent right on it. So there's no intentions that this is going to be high-end, that it's not going to be rented out, that it's not going to be a revolving door that's going to come through. Currently, we have the market that's crashing right now. This is for low 300,000. You can get into a community where your kids can go trick-or-treating, where they can go around. It's a 4-bedroom, 3-bath with HOAs at only $64. There's currently 184 units that are for rent right now, and these 4 happen to actually belong to Rise Property Management that they rent out. And it's the top 4 that pop up in Zillow. There's currently 526 homes that are available for sale within this price range that they are proposing. Try not compete. So when they talk about the density that's over here, I've heard that mentioned a few times. This is actually 6.8 acres for Hideaway, because this used to be all owned by the same person to do a retirement community that's 55 and up. So this one, if you add it up, it's 44 units that's on there. It's actually less density than what they're trying to do here. And this was 1960 type of standards where you do that sardine can. I was tinkering around in my AutoCAD last night. By the time I started doing setbacks, 11 of them were immediately off. And that's without me adding any type of retention, anything else. So the density, if it was to go to what our standards are now, which are not single family, single wides, then it just draws it down and it won't be the same density. I think 2 stories is definitely taking away every ounce of our privacy. We won't be able to live the same way that we do on our property without everyone tearing down. I wanted to bring this in. This is at my chain link fence. There's the marina where they're proposing 11 2-story units. That's my 6-foot chain link fence. That's right there. And the marina is literally going to be towering above us. And these will be ones facing back at our garage with the rest facing down onto us. Every ounce is completely gone.
Yeah, I need you to wrap it up, ma'am. I'm
Yes.
giving you more than 3 minutes.
Okay, I will. I'll go ahead and wrap it up. I hope you guys were able to kind of get a look at it. I'm happy to supply the pictures of what was on there so you have an accurate number. Again, this is a 2006 aerial photo. I'll try to hold it up a little bit more for you. There's your density. So thank you so much. I really do appreciate everyone's time. Thank you for being here for so late. And I hope everyone has a blessed evening. We can get to the air codes that are going to be torn down.
Okay. Any more public comments?
Just one. Just me, sir.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Howard. I live at 10534 Holloway Drive. Myself, my wife, and my 2 boys, we live at a single-story masonry home that we share the eastern 704-foot property line with the proposed PUD annexation parcel. We have lived there for 9 years now. Both neighboring county parcels have longer property lines than the city Goodwill property line, making it not a substantial property line for the continuous boundary annexation. The city has not annexed a parcel out this way since 2002. The previous parcels were for heavy commercial and nothing for residential use. The spot annexation is inconsistent with the county or the city comprehensive plans, and there should be some tiered zoning between PUD and an R1. If this is such a great project for the lakeshore and its communities, I'd like to know how come the owners of the parcel have not showed up for either of these hearings. I did some calculations the other day of the Lowe's down the street. The Lowe's building measures 568 feet by 325 feet, which is approximately 184,600 square feet, and it sits on 18.5 acres. I then calculated the building envelope of the parcel next door. right here, I used county setbacks. The building envelope measures 402 by 409 feet, which is 164,000 square feet, or roughly 3.76 acres. That's a 20,000 less square foot than the inside of a Lowe's, just for their building envelope. So almost a half an acre smaller. Now they're going to try cramming 48 units, streets, retention ponds, and 100 or more cars inside of that Lowe's store. It's just for a size comparison. It's a really small lot. That does not sound high-end, and there's nothing built like this anywhere. Maybe in Orlando or Miami. There's nothing consistent with this along any shoreline in Lake County. There are currently no two-story buildings or home in the area or along the water's edge of Lake Harris on the north side. The proposed 5 to 11 multi-unit buildings, we have both. There's some discrepancies with the new thing that switched from 3-story, but I believe they're changing it all now to 6 buildings instead of their little bungalows. So you're going to have 6 big giant buildings, 5 to 11 unit buildings that are taller than 2 stories. They're going to be a big, great eyesore for anyone boating or living across the lake. Currently, there are 3 easements to get back to the proposed parcel. As you can see here, there's a little driveway, and then 1, 2, 3 to get back to this parcel.
15 more seconds.
I'm trying, sir. The easements of those grant approximately 21-foot by 350-foot ingress and egress. All of the current residents have to use that driveway, and the proposed extra 100 additional vehicles is going to way overdo this. All of the traffic still has to share the same driveway. The annexation is not taking into account any of the current ingress and egress issues or
Your time is
overloading
up. Wrap it up,
outside
please.
of the future PUD.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Any other public comments? Did you have something?
Yeah, I would like
Yeah, go ahead.
to address some of the comments said tonight, which were just simply factually incorrect. For one, this will be a condominium association, will not be for rent. That is unequivocally not true, and I would like to correct the record for that. As far as the pricing of the units, they will be upwards of $400,000 for the bungalows and the townhomes. That is what they will be. As far as on-site, I did meet with Mr. Howard, and seems like we had a rather productive conversation at that time. I met with him for about an hour and a half, and there was no indication at that time that he would be against the project, and we actually had discussed adding that 8-foot wall all along his north-south property line there, to which I guess is no longer a concession that he's asking for. As far as this density within the immediate area, it is very equivalent with the respective densities. Taking the Lake County property assessor's data, the property to the left does have more units than what were said tonight of the 44. There are 46. That is what the assessor data shows. So I'd like to make that correction as well.
Thank you. Okay, I think we've, so this item will lay over. Moving on, 6C1, non-routine items, we have none. Informational reports, none. City attorney items.
No reports this evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
City manager?
No reports.
Roll call.
Commissioner Burry,
Nothing tonight.
Commissioner Connell,
I've got about 10 items.
Commissioner Roebuck,
So I'll go very quickly with this, but I'm almost out of meetings. We support 3 kind of nonprofits that probably wouldn't exist without the city's help, like in downtown area, who I think all do a good job. The Chamber, Center for the Arts Partnership, Center for the Arts, having the financial fraud issues. I don't have a lot of confidence in the board. I do have confidence in the work they've done. And I don't think the city should say, you have to do this, but I don't think that we have the bandwidth to oversee all these organizations. We all are technically on a board, but now that we're kind of down to 2 that are actually functioning and that work together, the chamber and the partnership just did the chili cook-off together. I think the city should just say, hey, not telling you what to do, but it'd be nice if your boards could just meet and like see, like, is there a way like we could just have one big nonprofit downtown? Then, you know, I'd quit being hit up for like 3 donations. The city would get, you know, we'd still invest the same amount of resources, but then we could just point the city manager to like actually really spend time. And it may not work, but I think members of the board, because I've been approached by members of both boards saying, it'd be really nice if the city could maybe kind of nudge, but for whatever reason, they don't want to kind of do it. So I would ask us to say that we think it would be good if they would meet. They don't have to. We're not telling them what they have to do, but just like, maybe you guys could sit down and talk about it.
And that would be the chamber partnership and
Center.
the Art Center for the Arts.
Yeah, I mean, the Center for the Arts doesn't have an executive director right now, but yeah, if a board member wanted to be there, I mean, because they would, I think it's important. So just like have a discussion.
Okay.
So okay,
That's
no
it?
objections. That's it.
Okay.
All right.
Mayor Peterson?
Nothing tonight. Meeting adjourned.